I think I'm probably vastly underestimating the count.
That's amazing. It's good to be famous for something, I guess.
And the Steelers, I don't know. That's a football team for any of you who are enjoying this trading card game event today.
American football.
That's true.
Let's just make sure that we are perfectly clear about that. But yeah, so this event is essentially going to feed into what is the bigger sort of the culmination of all these RTIs that have happened for so long, over so many months and months here, as the Realm Games has put together quite the big event in December 1st through 3rd, as the Realm Tournament, the Invitational, the big cheese of it all, will be happening in Columbus, Ohio. The top 2 teams of this particular event will earn themselves an invite to the 20K.
The 20K is going to be a lot of fun. I have to say, I love the naming. It's the Realm Rumble. Reminds me of the Royal Rumble, so it couldn't be better. I don't know if any of you have seen the news. Aside from Flesh and Blood 20K, there's going to be a lot of side events. There's, I do believe, going to be a 5K open event for Flesh and Blood, if memory serves me. So there's a lot of reasons to come, even if you don't have an invite. And they've recently announced that they're going to be doing a ton of other games, Magic, I believe Yu-Gi-Oh! Alpha Clash. So there's going to just be a lot going on in Columbus in December.
Still waiting for those Star Wars CCG tournaments to get underway. I got to dust off that collection. It's just not happening. Nobody wants to put it together.
The old Decipher game?
The old Decipher game.
How could nobody want to play one of the greatest card games ever created?
But
true.
We've got Flesh and Blood, and that is a close second, in my opinion. I will never come off of that hill. But yeah, it is Outsiders Team Sealed here in Pittsburgh. We are at the Rezzanine eSports facility, I guess you'll call it. There's all kinds of great stuff going on. There's a Valorant tournament going on, like right over there. I think there's a Yu-Gi-Oh! One happening.
Right behind us here,
right behind this curtain, frankly. You can see.
And aside from this being an esports lounge, this is an active movie theater. So there are actually patrons in this building enjoying Barbie and whatever other movies are playing right now. I couldn't tell you, but if you haven't seen Barbie, you need to.
Yes. Definitely go see Barbie, but not yet.
I was going to go right now. I was going to take that advice literally, but I guess I have something else to do.
You do have something else to do.
It's true.
You've got Outsiders to talk about because of the team sealed this way. Let's talk about how this format essentially unfolds. You'll have a team of 3, and of those 3, you have 8 packs. You just have 8 packs. You have no other tools at your disposal. You crack open 8 packs, and you must make 3 decks with 3 different heroes. It's not easy to do because typical team sealed events are usually 12 packs. This is a different story. This is a completely different ballgame. Not a lot of room to maneuver here. And when you're coming into these team sealed events, there's a lot of different strategies in terms of not just there's what's called the seat meta of where do you put your best player. Now, traditionally, you put them in the middle so that they have the opportunity to go ahead and help both players to the left and right, which is a legal move to do. But then there's also the opportunity, well, if the best player is always in the center, maybe you want to sneak an easy win by putting your best player in seat A or C to just have your best player beat up on their less. It's a whole thing. In which case, do you move them there because they're anticipating? It's...
The last team sealed event I did, my team told me the best player actually had to wait outside, so that's where they made me go. I figured that's just what the strategy was.
You were lied to, directly right into your face.
It's dawning on me now that might have happened.
It's okay. Did you win?
No. No, we absolutely did not win.
Okay, it's all good. Yeah, the last team sealed I did was the Uprising event in Las Vegas.
Okay.
I had Rick from BCW Supplies on my team, and Eric Longquist, Doa, was on my team. We had, I think we finished 3-3. It was all good. I played Chain, had a great day. We had a good time, which a lot of these players out there are having a great time as well. Again, the games are going to be getting underway very soon as the deck construction part of the tournament is essentially wrapping up, like right now.
It looks like the players are actually being paired and seated, so we are going to have some games to watch shortly. I'm trying to think. The last team sealed I did was actually, I think, the Realms event last October when we were doing Uprising.
Yeah, that could have been it. I don't get to play as much as I'd like in these events because I'm here annoying you. But
or the viewers or all of us in general? Sure, fair.
No, nobody gets away clean from my annoyance. It's an impending dooming cloud.
One thing that would be fun for Team Sealed, which is going to be unique to Outsiders, is the sheer variety of heroes that you have to choose from. It always felt so linear having to assign your teammate one of the 3 available. So you actually have a lot of flexibility to adapt to your pool in this one.
Yeah, basically they're like, okay, who here has 2 brain cells that can hump each other to create an idea? And that is the player who plays Icelander. Then it's like, okay, which one of you is still eating paste? You're the Phi player. And then whoever's left plays Dromite. That is essentially how that goes. So in this case, it's different because there is going to be a hero that is going to be left out in the dust. It's
That's
either
true.
there's Riptide, there's Uzuri, there's Azalea, there's Benji, there's Katsu. You have 5 heroes to select here from to choose from here. So you're probably going to see a ninja, you're going to see a ranger, but and there's Arachne as well. So you got all kinds. You know, the question is do you want to go heavy on one or the other? So we'll see how it goes, but there's plenty of opportunity here. If you had your selection, if you had your choice, all things considered, who are you leaning on?
I would probably have to go with Arachne Solitary Confinement. An easy strategy in a sealed pool is kind of what I go for. I'm the paste eater on the team, but they made me play Icelander.
Well, that's okay. Sure, no problem. I guess they'd just be like, yeah, here, you play with this. We'll just accept the L on this one, no problem. I mean, Icelander's a hard hero to play in Limited, but different story. All right, so we are ready to rock and roll. As you can see, it is going to be Katsu versus Azalea. Anything spicy that we can see? Not really yet. The equipment is going to be an important aspect of this. Is again 8 packs, so you only have 8 pieces of equipment to share amongst everybody. But it looks like they're coming in hot here with a 3-pack on both sides. No arms. But you don't need them when you've got, well, you do need arms to operate a bow, I guess.
Well, I would assume you would. I seem to recall an Olympian who shot with their feet, but I am likely wrong. It looks like we have 2 of our local players going off against each other here as well, so this will be a lot of fun to watch.
All right, so we're going to pitch the blue spring-loaded trap. Not a great card, but you need some pitch fodder in this case as the Azalea player is just going to load the bow, no problem. Opting here now to use the headpiece, which, again, there's a lot of cards that are going to come out of nowhere here in terms of what this stuff does, and we definitely are going to be missing on some of these equipment pieces that are probably bookmarks that you're using right now or kindling for your summer camping trips.
That's true, and that headpiece should help with Azalea's ability. It is sometimes a little frightening to go in blind, so it looks like they got a little bit of use out of it.
Yeah, you can opt a little bit over there to go ahead and see what's going on here. Finding the arrows are super important. Now, fatigue is very much a strategy that players can potentially use in this format. This format does oftentimes go to the end of the road, as it were. When you have weapons like Kodachis, like the daggers, you can really lean on those for a lot of the offense. It's very annoying, but at half health, you can chip away, and card economy is going to be an important element here. As Azalea is going to be activated here, peeling off the top and dropping another card into the arsenal. As it stands now, again, both heroes 20 apiece. We're just rocking and rolling. We've got it looks like Fletch a red tail into mystery meat. Again, a lot of these cards here are going to be such mysteries because these are long forgotten for so long over here. As you know, it's been a long time. When was the last time you played a Outsiders Limited?
Oh, I think shortly after I moved in April, I did an Outsiders draft at Owl Central Games in Lancaster, PA, but it's been a minute for me as well.
All right. Well, we're loading up on one of these. It is 9 damage, no problem. Let's keep going. 9 damage again. Like when you're just calculating it here, it looks like he's just going ahead and taking it down to 13, blocking a little bit of it.
You know, it's always interesting to see a ninja block as well, so we have to figure he wants to take advantage of that draw for turn 1.
Holding onto a Ravenous Rabble reprinted card. Now, what color is it? Again, trying to figure out what the best way is when you're cobbling together your deck. It's not just about what you need. It's about what everybody else needs. But the beautiful part about that blue Ravenous Rabble is it might feel bad in so many other decks, but it is still a 0-cost blue pitch that does fuel those Kodachis. So we're going to start tickling away that life total down to 19 for the first Kodachi.
Such an efficient weapon to be able to use in a sealed pool as well. I was pretty surprised to see them reprinted when Outsiders actually came out, and I'm always happy to see them in a sealed environment.
I believe this is
blue Be Like Water?
Be Like Water, yes. Now, if this does hit, you can pay one in order to essentially say, hey, this is whatever the hell I need it to be in order to complete a potential combo.
One of the most interesting things about Katsu is that ability with the deck knowledge to be able to dig through your deck and keep those combo chains going. And a lot of those new cards that we saw for Ira and the TCC box that's coming out are going to make Katsu a lot more interesting, I believe.
Using the Opt ability here to just go ahead and block some of the damage as well as Opt one. The Opt was a blue Falcon Wing, so not really caring about that card. You don't want to give that Dominate. It's kind of a bad arrow to peel off the top if you're Azalea.
Aim counters are definitely harder to be handing out in this environment as well, so you don't get to take advantage of a lot of the bonus from it as well.
Damage on the stack is resolved. We're just going to see what the follow-up is here. Again, Azalea versus Katsu in a limited environment can be difficult. If you're drafting, you usually feel good about your deck at the end of the day, but again, when you're sharing with your two teammates, it's not the easiest thing to get past.
Well, something that you did bring up, which is a good point, is Katsu does have the ability with Kodachis to at least make use of those zero-cost blue cards. So even something that you necessarily wouldn't be happy to see, like a blue Ravenous Rabble, does turn out to be something pretty powerful.
All right, going to go ahead, continue onward here. Following it up, we're not done. Again, Katsu known for these big combat chains, and when you're taking that much damage that Katsu did, you know, the 7 spot, means you've got something spicy to send back. And again, it's the first round, and it's a relatively short tournament. I believe he said the 5 rounds.
I do believe it's 5 rounds today.
Not a lot of room to wiggle here, mainly because it's not just a matter of 5 rounds. It's also a matter of it's a cut to top 4, not top 8. So you cannot give an inch. They will take a mile. It looks like there's a come to fight in hand. It is a 3 block, which is very, very helpful. Again, any kind of 3 block is going to be great. And following this up, completing the chain here, and it looks like Azalea has just been relatively defensive over here, and that's how Azalea can operate in a limited environment, because you don't know what your turns are going to look like. There's a Ravenous Rabble in hand. Maybe that's just where it's going to go, but this might just be a block out, like setup turn, where perhaps Azalea might just block this out as best as possible and just wait it out. But that seems to oftentimes just be what the strategy is in Outsiders Limited.
It's true. You also have to be exceptionally careful with those Kodachis on the board, because the little damage that you leak will come back to haunt you as you get locked out later in the game. It still looks like the Azalea player is trying to figure out the best strategy to use against this. All right, looks like we're going to commit 1 card to block.
And that wraps it up. So work done in the capacity of just shedding cards. It looks like they were just tossed them in the middle. Only one really leaked through, which was that initial Kodachi. And everything else that was sent Azalea's way got gobbled up. But ending the turn with an arsenal, drawing up is pretty good. Another come to fight drawn up by the Azalea player. But again, tell me if you've heard this story before.
Another story I've heard before. It looks like we're starting off the turn with the Kodachi from Katsu's side. And we're going to follow it up with the second.
Why not? There's no masks of momentum or anything to really worry about over here. So really, these are just representing 5% of your damage. 5% of your damage. Let's just 5% of your damage.
It's like we're following it up, I believe, with is that a red spring-loaded trap?
That is a red spring-loaded trap, which when fired from the arsenal is really good. Let's just double-check here. Again, working my way through some of these old card galleries, just refreshing the memory, getting the memory jogged on a lot of these cards that, I played a few of these Outsider Limited, and this was a card that I really actually liked a lot. Anything that really plays for free allows you to be able to play defensively while also putting a card down to actually fight, and slow but steady.
I do believe that copy came from hand, so and it looks like we're going to use one of the attack reactions on it to give it pump the damage from it just a little bit more. And that will complete everything from Katsu's side.
So yeah, spring-loaded trap, it's essentially, if it attacks and there's nothing in hand, then it comes in at a heftier pace. But there was definitely stuff going on. Sometimes you just gotta play it. It's a great card to end your chain with, but you got to do the best with the tools that are given to you here, as we're going to open up.
Sure, and as you mentioned, this isn't the type of environment where you get to get greedy in deck building like solo, sealed, or draft. You do have to share a lot of the power cards with your teammates. I also just received some word, Flake. I do believe we are going to have a new spoiler card to talk about when this match ends.
Well, it is spoiler season. Bright Lights is in full swing. Next weekend is the pre-release.
Looks like a massive attack coming from the Azalea player's side.
Yep, with an aim counter on top of it. So looks like it's poised for some hurt, as it looks to me like that is a it looks like that is a 12-point attack, which frankly is a scary reality.
That was an excellent string to be able to pull off in a sealed environment as well. It honestly feels like you're playing and watching an Azalea CC deck with an attack coming that way. It looks like our Katsu player is trying to decide the best way that they are going to respond to this. You don't want to give too much of your hand away, but you also don't want to take almost full lethal damage this quickly in the round.
No, that would be a bad idea.
If, like, in a team sealed setting, let's just say our center player is out of the game, they're still able to confer with their teammates and help them, so you're not fully out.
You're not fully out. There's always opportunity here. Now, the technical rules are you can only speak to the player adjacent to you. That's why oftentimes the best player is positioned in the center, so that they're easily they can consult with the players to their flanks in order to get the proper information and all that other jazz. But so a pair of Scout the Peripheries, which is essentially pumping this up by 6, following it up with an aim counter fueled arrow.
Brutal.
This is kind of that dream opportunity here, and it looked like it was dominated. So yeah, down to 3, and this is the danger of playing against an Azalea, is the opportunity to dominate and pump up means that you can get these nasty turns. And the other aspect here is that Azalea has 12 points to play with. So if she finds another just bomb hand, she can probably just eat it and close it out.
She always has the potential to just dominate a moderately strong arrow off the top too and make it very, very hard for the Katsu player to respond to. Knowing Jeff Stam as long as I have, though, he is a very practiced and disciplined ninja player, so I have to assume he's going to clap back with something hard here. We're starting it off, as we did last round, with the double Kodachi leaking through some damage.
Slow and
Let's
steady.
see what he's got.
Yeah, it's a game of attrition, as we have spoken about all weekend, talking about other games. But yeah, I mean, you're completely correct about that. It is just poke away. You're not done until you're done. The amount of games that I've seen resolved, in the opposite direction that you may have thought they would go, is one way. And this is, you got to make do with what you have here, and if this is the way you're going to do it, well, fine. Looked like Azalea had a Seek Horizon in hand as well. It's an opportunity to get a go again. But when Azalea has the opportunity to send these really sky-high arrows with the Dominator effect, the downside is you can't just go ahead and baseball swing your bow as an alternative here. So that can eventually come back to haunt Azalea.
And I do believe that we've just seen a red Surging Strike go into Arsenal. So as long as Katsu is able to make it through this turn. Oh, no, I was incorrect on that.
No, the Surging Strike is not there. It looks like there's a Come to Fight, a Seek Horizon.
Oh, of course, we had a quick inertia token that resolved, making it impossible to keep that in the Arsenal slot itself.
Yeah, she gone. Those tokens, Blood Rot, Inertia, Frailty, so many... the Ponder token as well, all from outsiders.
Inertia, as we know, but some of you might need to be reminded, that is the one that destroys all of the cards from your hand and arsenal, so it would have made it impossible to tuck that nice card away. Might have thrown off the plans of Katsu.
Azalea trying to navigate this 3-card hand over here. Really, there's a Seek Horizon that can do some work, and trying to parse this out isn't easy. There's always an opportunity here to go Come to Fight into the Seek Horizon without the go again, and just present a certain amount of damage. Now that looks like a yellow Come to Fight. I could be wrong.
Believe you're correct.
If that is paired up with a red Seek Horizon, it's a 6 attack, which can potentially be blocked by 2 cards, which doesn't seem that nasty. But at the same time, looks like that's the way we're going here. It's a red Come to Fight, even better. So this is going to add +3 to the potential attack, following it up with a 4 of the Seek Horizon. This is 7. That's a nasty breakpoint, and there's another Surging Strike in the hand of the Katsu player. So Katsu just saying, like, this is not the time for you to have an attack like this. Again, 7 damage is pretty nasty. This is going to require 2 cards to eat this up.
Especially when you find yourself in a position that three health isn't a lot to work with in these settings, so we're going to have to just make sure that we can survive in order to put the pressure on our opponent.
Looks like it's going to be a 3-card block here, and if Katsu wants to get out of this, my suspicion is that they're going to have to wait for basically just a calm in this storm in order to reestablish some kind of offense. But it looks at this moment that just protecting the life total,
Sure.
why not? A lot of 2 blocks in hand, but take a look at that. I mean, 2 cards just went ahead and traded up for 4 off the Katsu player.
With this type of position, you can't let any damage leak through. One moderately strong dominated arrow with 2 blocks in your hands might just be enough if you let it, so you have to play careful. Looks like we are going back to the Azalea player. Let's see what they're working with here. I see another come to fight in their hand, I believe.
Oh, and there's looks like a red infecting shot. That is some of the gas. That is really dangerous. A come to fight, but do you have the way to pay for this? I think you need to find something in order to pay for this, and he may just come a little bit short as the infecting shot red and a blue come to fight. I mean, if you pitch that blue come to fight, or is it red? Again, not.
I do believe we're working with a blue in hand here. But even at 3 health, just a red infecting shot with that blood rot token on the back end is something that you're definitely going to want to be mindful of, because any blue that you pitch to try to stop the damage might be one less activation of your Kodachis. Looks like the Azalea player is still trying to work out that line. We're going to play. It was a blue come to fight.
All right, blue come to fight, adding 1 to the next attack action that's going to be coming up. 2 floating here, loading up the bow. There is that was a pitching of the blue skybound shot.
Now we're using the bow to load the arrow. I struggle. This is why I usually avoid Ranger. I always find myself in a position where I've done my math wrong and I'm unable to fire something.
Well, yeah, you do what you can here. And, I mean, that infecting shot is, even off the barbed castaway, is not the worst thing. I mean, it's still coming in for a lot here, unless this is a situation where, I don't want to say you're playing for second cycle here, but there's no go again off this.
No.
There's nothing like that. So a 5 attack arrow still commands a 3 block or 2 blocks. So you have to respect it. And I mean, it's just a difficult scenario. Coming back in this format is very, very tough. And you got to think here, if you're Katsu, you just want to preserve life, which looks like that's what's happening. And maybe it becomes a situation of, well, pitch a card, send a couple Kodachis, which looks like that's the case.
That's
and
perfectly fine play.
I mean, you're just eroding that life total. You're getting a little bit closer. But I'm wary of being at 2 because a 5 dominated arrow just ends the game.
That's true. I mean, sometimes you just have to take a calculated risk, and it looks like we are thinking about the best way to respond to these Kodachis. At 6 health, even 1 point of damage isn't something you want to be leaking through in these scenarios.
I am so risk averse. That's why I play Bravo. I just block everything out. I don't want anything to touch me, disturb me, bother me in any way. Just let me have my life total and swing a hammer at your face. That's all I want.
I prefer Kano, so I'm already starting at 30. So every block is very, very important.
So as you can see here, the Azalea player just saying, yeah, sure, no problem. And is that Feisty Locals trying to get a read on some of these?
I do believe that is a red Feisty Locals. Hello to our Baltimore players, if any of our friends in that area are watching.
Yeah, and it's a great card to have. Again, 0 cost, and if it's blocked by an action card, it gets +2. So not bad. Gotta love it. Gotta like it. And back to Azalea now with a few cards in hand and an opportunity here maybe to go YOLO style and rip the card off. But I think that might be the red infecting shot that's in the arsenal here.
I do believe that it is. So we are going to see what they make work as long as they have the resources to pull it off in their hand.
Now, in this case, I think you have to be aggressive. You have to not give Katsu an opportunity to 1-card block. All right, so it is going to be a red infecting shot with the aim counter on it, pitching to send.
There's a big 5 damage coming in, but if any of it hits, you're going to have that 3 damage to deal with on the back end, which, if my math checks out here, would be very hard for the Katsu player to survive through.
A lot of 2 blocks for ninjas. It's not a fun reality, so we're going to have to throw some stuff in here. Looks like another Feisty Locals, as well as some ninja gas in front of it. Block this out entirely. It's the way to go. But again, work at it, work at it, work at it. This game looked like it was going to be over in a heartbeat, but the Katsu player has been very resilient here to block out and then send a little poke and a prod here from the Kodachis.
Absolutely. I can't tell if it's the angle, but the Katsu player's deck is looking a little small, so I do hope that he finds a way to close this game out soon.
You got to lean on your weapons in that case. One of the best ways to combat fatigue is to essentially let the weapons do all the work. And we're going to go pitch yellow head jab. So it costs you 2 resources, 0 cost. So the Kodachis are going to cost you 1, have 1 go again, 1 go again. And it's unassuming now, because if the Azalea player likes the hand, they'll essentially keep it, try to send something that ends the game. But at the same time, if you can't convert, in my estimation here, if I was the Azalea player, unless I have a dominate, I'm probably playing defensively until I can find the end game here. Your opponent at 2 means that any 5 arrow with dominate ends the game. So you have to play towards that end game, or if your hand is just so damn good that you can send like 10 or more, you probably do it.
You also have to be careful to preserve your life total and not dig yourself into the Kodachi hole, where you'll be at 2 health or less and just unable to do anything except give them a card every time they swing.
Well, that's it, and that's where you have to essentially be aware of. Plus, there are, if I'm not mistaken, some attack reactions that do help some of these daggers. So
absolutely,
you got to be aware of that. It's blue spring-loaded trap. Going to block a little bit here.
I think more spring-loaded traps have been played in this game so far today than in the last 6 months of Flesh and Blood total.
Can confirm. Can confirm.
Looks like a pretty safe turn to end then.
All right, well, we'll see how this goes. Looking with a Scout the Periphery. Going to take a look at the top. Looks like was that an Azalea activation?
I do believe.
I'm going to double check here. Again, Scout the Periphery allows you to look at the top card of your hero's deck, and the next attack action you play is +3. It looks like that's it. It wasn't dominated at arrow, and wrapping it up over here, the Azalea finds the sauce at the top of the pile with the Scout the Periphery, taking a peek and being able to close this one out. And again, dominates a powerful effect, especially when you're that low to the ground.
Absolutely, and again, the game is still going on. We have just watched the middle seat players play, so that is one of the interesting things about this format is you're still there to help your team. He's still able to give advice to both players because, as I mentioned, you can only confer with the player to your right or left.
Easy peasy. How else are you going to do it?
In any team sealed event, I just rely on my teammates to win, so that's my plan.
Makes sense. So that's one of the dominoes that have fallen. We'll keep you apprised of how these things essentially parse out. But the feature table is only one game, and you got to rely now on your teammates. Sometimes you do your end. You sort of complete your end of the bargain, and your teammates are the ones that have got to sort of finish it and tie it up in a nice little bow.
I'm getting the look from our production booth. Actually, I do have to say thank you, Sin, for all of the hard work that you've done so far. He made all the great overlays that you're seeing, and he's running all of the software and cameras that are making us look this good. We kind of had his work cut out for him, but I do believe we have a preview card that we are going to come, and that's from our friends at 3 Floating. And if memory serves me, I think that should be a weapon for Max Nitro.
Do we have it? There we do have it. Banksy. Well, the dude has no identity, so they can't sue. But we welcome them to sue, so we can find out who they are.
And max specialization, that may as well say Shyana card, but let's actually see what it does. Once per turn action for 1. Attack activates this ability only if you've cranked. When this hits a hero, put a steam counter on an item you control with crank. 1 for 3 right off the bat is pretty good, but with those added abilities on the back end, that looks pretty wild. Well,
there's always limitations. Again, I do get it. 1 for 3. There's a lot of weapons that swing 1 for 3. Dawnblade, the Reaping Blade, etc. 1 for 3. Dread Scythe. They always have a little extra sauce associated to them, but this one comes with the caveat that you have to crank. And frankly, I don't know whether that is a viable strategy. Nonetheless, it's a pretty cool weapon, which we saw in part of the videos as well. Some of the 3 Floating doing some of those wicked cool videos. I believe that Jacob Bertrand is essentially Max Fury or whatever his name is. Max.
Their hair looks almost similar to me, so I truly believe he is the character.
I wouldn't. If ever they create a loudmouth idiot character, I think I am.
Oh, I thought he was talking about
Well, they'll make 2.
Yeah, no, we could be like a pair.
That's possible.
Like a little pair character.
Two-headed.
Interesting thing about it's so weird to call a weapon Banksy. It is a wrench type, so cards like Pummel I don't believe will work on a wrench, but maybe we'll see our first wrench attack reaction.
Yeah, I didn't even know that's a
It's the first thing that stood out for me.
possible. Fast forward to Flesh and Blood in the year 2032, and we'll be in there using a Phillips head screwdriver to poke for one. They're like the new Kodachis.
Between this and the violin that you can now beat somebody to death with as melody, we have just some very interesting weapons in this game.
You can just go full Jeff Jarrett and smash him over the head with a lute. No?
Do not know who that is.
You don't know who Jeff Jarrett is?
I don't.
Double J, Jeff Jarrett?
I know you just assume I know every Jeff, but I missed the last convention, so there's a
Oh.
couple that I didn't get to talk to.
Jeff Jarrett is a wrestler, okay? I believe, I don't know which promotion he's with right now, but his whole gimmick was he used to hit people over the head with a guitar.
Was he the Honky Tonk Man? Is that who I'm
No,
remembering?
the Honky Tonk Man was the Honky Tonk Man. Jeff Jarrett was Jeff Jarrett.
I felt good talking about wrestling last night. We were talking about Erwin R. Scheister, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, things I know. I don't know what any of this is.
Hey, that's why I'm here. All
For
right?
the wrestling
That's why they
knowledge.
bring me in over the border. That's why I have to talk to customs and tell them that I'm coming here to talk about wrestling and card games, okay? And they're like, just move along, please. We cleared you 10 minutes ago. Stop talking to us about freaking Jeff Jarrett. But the games are still going. That is the first round that we have in the books. We saw Banksy the Wrench.
The Wrench. I want to start calling the artist that. I think that's going to be his new moniker.
The Wrench?
Banksy the Wrench. You just got to go with the full title.
Hey, if you're there, Banksy, give us a call. All right, so we'll be back in a short second. Don't go too far. Yesterday we went to the Primanti brothers, and listen, I have a degree in political science, right?
Sure.
It's exquisite.
Your degree in political science is exquisite.
What an endeavor that was.
Sure.
However, I finally have some kind of educational background I can be proud of because I am now part of Primanti University.
A degree that comes with coleslaw and French fries right on top.
Yes, only for those who are, not completely silly about it. I'm just saying, it's like, imagine going to going to see Mozart, right? You're there and you're like, hey, Mozart, play Wonderwall. That's basically what Sin did. And it was the worst thing I've ever seen.
The only thing I disagree with is asking Mozart to play Wonderwall would be cool. What Sin did was not.
Wasn't Mozart deaf?
Yeah, so asking him to play anything might just be an exercise
it's like,
in
hey,
futility.
Stevie Wonder. That doesn't work that way, unfortunately. But yeah, no, one of the best sandwiches I ever had here. And this isn't me like fishing for a sponsorship, but I would totally love one. Primanti Brothers here in Pittsburgh. John got me this T-shirt because I was so damn into that sandwich.
For those unfamiliar with what a Primanti Brothers or a Pittsburgh-style sandwich is, it is picture what a regular sandwich would be like, except about this big.
Yes.
With bread larger than what a normal sandwich should be, just with one slice of it. And it comes with coleslaw and French fries on top of the actual sandwich itself.
And then when you order it, then it's not like on a plate with like a side of fries. It's just it's like this gigantic.
Throw it on the counter for you.
Yeah, it's like, here you go. Don't talk to us anymore because you don't want to because you're just eating a sandwich. All right. One round is in the books. It is Outsiders team sealed. We have another round that's been paired up. We're going to cut down to the game as soon as it's ready to rock and roll here. But again, first impressions of sort of dialing it back and going back to Outsiders.
It's definitely making me wish that I would be playing today. The last team sealed event, like I mentioned, was Uprising, which just felt very restrictive. And it just looks like it would be a lot more fun to have this many options and different ways to actually construct your team. With 2 heroes per class, it's double the fun, honestly, and it just gives you so many more opportunities.
No, it's definitely that way. And sometimes, like, the tough part about playing, a team sealed event is when you have to share cards. Sometimes you just don't have what you need. And sometimes your sandwich doesn't have tomatoes or coleslaw or French fries. Like sometimes that's just not what happens. So we're ready for round 2, friends. It is going to be Uzuri versus Riptide. Somebody played Riptide.
Absolutely. Two of our locals again that we see here often in Pittsburgh. Vince is a fan of the underdog character. When he first started this game, Greentree Sports Cards has a habit of just creating new brute players, and he was all in on playing Rhinar and Levia even before they got stronger with some of these new Dusk Till Dawn cards.
That's perfectly fine. You can go in making bad decisions. I mean, that's not part of the rules. You don't have to play optimally here. If you want to play Riptide, is what I tell Tommy Fresh very often.
Much like me on a date, Riptide comes pre-damaged, so he will be starting at 19 health. He's taking a little bit of that baggage into the game with him.
Love it. Love it. Wonderful. And much like me as well, Riptide also comes with his own baggage, too.
Sure.
So definitely come in equipped.
I come pre-damaged. I'm bloated and gassy. I basically am Riptide, now that I think about it. I don't do any damage in a fight. I'm him.
All right, so now that we've essentially parsed through our Tinder profiles, I just want to make note of that is the Mask of Malicious Manifestations. So alliteration, so on point here. And what that allows you to do is it basically, as an action, it's going to cost you 1. You put a card from your hand or arsenal in the bottom of your deck, destroy the mask, and then you reveal cards from the top of your deck until you reveal an attack action card. You put it into your hand. So it's a good way to basically find an attack if you need it. It is a assassin/ranger equipment. It looks kind of like that's a mask that you feel like a ninja would want. But what we like about Uzuri here is the old switcheroo. So if you're in that team building experience, you're probably under the impression that Uzuri is going to be getting all of those 6 attacks, all
Absolutely.
of those big boys that you can do a little swapperoo. I wouldn't be surprised, too, if she caught some of those death touches, which are incredibly potent rares that are floating around.
Absolutely, and it looks like Uzuri is going to start it off much like we saw Katsu doing, with just a little poke from a dagger, except hers come at much more of a cost.
Well, this is a good opportunity, too, to just use some of the equipment, preserve cards, pitch if you need to, opt, know what you're drawing into. Looks like, I think that is some Vince, I don't know if that's Kung Fu Panda that he's got.
I think it is. I am very, very curious. Oh, no. It looks like it might be one of the Dragon Shield little dragons on their art sleeves.
I have no idea.
One of the most fun things is always the card sleeve meta. It's good to see what other people are bringing with them.
And another of the daggers and another piece of equipment that's going to be tossed about.
Sure.
No problem. I mean, if you're drawing up here, you might as well go ahead and get used to those. It's much like Helio's Miter back in the day. Use it on that first turn. Get use out of it where you can. And first order of business here on the turn 0, as it's interestingly called.
Yellow Wreck Havoc, I believe, is coming in.
Wrecking some havoc. Why not? Let's just start the onslaught here. And if you're buying cards out of it, yeah, your opponent, Vince will be able to draw up, which is fine. But you're still peeling cards away in a format where that is certainly a line to victory. Both teams here at 1-0, 5 rounds of Swiss. Again, these are young heroes, so these matches sometimes get really, really they're kind of accelerated to a degree. They get resolved very quickly. But we did see in the first round there the Katsu player kind of hang on for dear life.
Absolutely. It's a lot of interesting things with these generics in this set. Classes that wouldn't necessarily have a lot of free blocks, you might be able to get some in your deck that'll let you hang in there just a little bit longer.
My suspicion here is that if you're playing Riptide, you're probably just scooping on Azalea. And if you're scooping on Azalea, that means that there's a good chance that to choose Riptide over Azalea in your team, you probably got a lot of great traps.
Absolutely. It looks like Riptide is coming in.
Oh, another arrow. This one looks, I believe that might be a Withering Shot, if I'm not mistaken. It's definitely not Infecting Shot. We'll tell you that much. That is a Withering Shot indeed. Now, again, if it has an aim counter on it, which we don't have, but it does create a Frailty token upon hit, 5 attack. It is the red one, so this is going to be a hefty piece. Is it red or is it yellow?
I do believe that is a yellow.
All right, so I lied. It's a 4 attack, but hey, Still looking good. It's still an arrow that hits a breakpoint, that does some nastiness. A frailty token is very important, especially against an Uzuri, because it essentially negates the damage value of those 2 daggers. So this might be one of those first arrows that are, I wouldn't consider them must blocks, but they are certainly significant. But hey, let's just go ahead and take that damage.
All right, he must have a plan that doesn't involve those daggers, because he barely put any thought into thinking about taking all of that damage from our Riptide player.
As it stands now, that is you got to feel good about that if you are the Riptide player over here, because you've taken away a lot of the health from your opponent, plus you've essentially negated the value here. So there's a frailty token, right?
I see a frailty token clearly right there.
Yep.
Perhaps he's trying to sneak in an attack reaction.
It's
banking
possible
on his opponent not blocking.
It's completely possible, because you got to think that this is just maybe it's just a way to cycle away that card that you don't want to have. The Post Malone of cards, as it were, gets pitched away here to toss a dagger. Now this dagger's coming in at -1 attack. So again, political science degree. I believe I have an English literature degree.
I did want to compliment you on your actual perfect use of the word alliteration.
Thank you. Now 1 - 1. Now between my political science degree, your English literature degree, I think we could figure this out.
43.
We're going to round down to 0
okay.
and say that is a Ravenous Rabble. It looks like it's a yellow off the top here. So if I'm not mistaken, this is coming in for
3 with go again.
Yeah, get that go again in.
Now, I do not believe this is something that would you be able to use Uzuri's ability off of this Ravenous Rabble?
You cannot. It needs to be a stealth attack.
A stealth attack, that's correct. You could tell how much Outsiders I've played.
You can.
I can.
You can right now if you wanted to, because you don't have an opponent. All right. Now comes the saucy part. Again, Ravenous Rabble, everyone knows that card. But how about this one? We're finally seeing some of the more class-specific nonsense. Some of those cards, there it goes.
There's the Uzuri switch.
Switcheroony Dooney into what do we have here? That looks like a freewheeling Renegades. If it's defended by an action card, it gets -2. So nothing was blocking it. There's no defense reactions that were played. So it's a pretty hefty punch in the mouth.
And Internet, I have to give Flake credit. He is looking these cards up on the fly from their art.
No, they're all in my mind. I'm
impressed. You should take some credit from this. You're like a geo searcher. You see like just a little snippet of the card and you have it up in front of you.
It's incredible sometimes, like when you're trying to figure out what somebody's holding and you see 5% of the art.
This was there was a judge called during construction over this horrendously miscut card, which is actually one of the worst ones I've seen in Flesh and Blood. Yeah, that is a very cool thing.
What is this? Look at that. That's a lace with inertia, if I'm not mistaken, which is going to basically beef up one of the arrows that are going to be fired here and on hit create a inertia token.
And it looks like we're coming in for 8 damage, which despite my English degree, I know is 1/3 of Tim's health.
8 damage is 1/3?
No, it's half.
I am going to throw you someplace. It is Spire Sniping, though, and when it's put or turned face up in Arsenal, which it really wasn't. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put them back in any order. This is actually a card that won Brody Spurlock a game way back when in a high-leverage game where he was able to figure out what's coming up over top in order for, I think it was the first tournament post-Outsiders.
Sure.
He used Spire Sniping to figure out that he can Azalea to dominate an attack to win a game. It is a great card in certain cases.
I've seen Brody Spurlock win a game using a standard deck of playing cards with the Jokers still in them, and he beat me without losing any health.
I saw him do that with the rules to play stud poker still in the deck. It was incredible.
It's like that beautiful, is that a miscut foil card?
Oh my God, he just won already. Go sell this. Sell this beautiful piece of card. I mean, I love the art on that lace with inertia. Just the blue waterfall of sort of
beautiful
ectoplasm or whatever the hell that is.
It's the type of poison you want to get hit with.
Oh, I wasn't aware that was even a thing that we'd want. Now I know. Let's take a look here. Firing another salvo here. Relentless. This card is Lace with Frailty. So, again, same same approach as the Lace with Inertia. This one is Lace with Frailty. If it hits, create a +3 to the next attack, a next arrow attack, and on hit, create a Frailty token, which again has impact against the Assassin player.
Oh, absolutely. Looks like we're coming in for another big 8 back-to-back turns of 8 damage from Riptide. I have to say, Vince is doing a very good job piloting this deck.
Vince has essentially navigated the difficulties of miscut cards, the difficulty of playing Riptide in general,
the difficulty of selecting potentially the cutest card sleeves. Viewers, I promise I will find out what that is for you in between rounds because I'm curious.
All right, looks like it's going to be essentially full coverage here.
Absolutely.
And with the trap creating a Inertia token, which will blow up the arsenal at the end of the turn. A nasty little bit of reality here for, frankly, any archer, any ranger.
And giving Riptide a taste of his own medicine. Let him take a trap. See how he likes it.
Yeah, suck on that, Riptide.
You think you're so cool with your fish? That is pretty cool.
I don't think I've ever been accused of being cool, but... Okay, next order of business is Post Maloney, and this card is Virulent Touch. Basically, when the Chain Link resolves, if Virulent Touch is defended by a card from hand, create a Bloodrot Pox token under the defending hero's control.
Fun fact about that card as well, it's Mark Poole's son. I don't know if you've definitely run into him at some of the conventions when he's there signing. His son's always with him, and he was the basis for the card.
Mark Poole's son is Post Malone?
You heard it here first. Mark Poole's son is Post Malone.
Holy Moses. Well, there it is. Again, it can't be played from hand. That's the tough part. So it does come out of Arsenal. But again, when the Chain Link resolves, if it was defended by a card from hand, you create a Bloodrot Pox. It's a very... I mean, the circumstances of this card are a little niche. However, upon resolution, if you sort of check all the little check boxes, you do get significant value. And in this case, it looks like Riptide is just saying, dude, I don't even want to mess with this. So let's just keep our hand here. As again, it is going to be Vince Smith now who accepted the charges and is starting up again. Now, I think this is Scout the Periphery.
It is. We have a red Scout the Periphery. And it looks like it is going into definitely another arrow.
That is another arrow that looks like...
Another 8 damage.
Yeah, that looks like I think that's a Withering shot. It might be Withering. Let's take a look here. It's definitely not Infecting. It is Withering shot. It is going to get it is the red, so it's +3 off of the Scout the Periphery. And let's get to work here. It's going to be an 8 attack, which is half. Again, half.
A third of half.
A third of half. Perfect. Rounded up to 8. Which is with the on-hit of another Frailty token, which have been the most demanding or the most threatening of the tokens that can be generated here from these arrows, these on-hit effects.
Sure. And in a situation where your opponent is out of armor to block, you're still, you're not going to have to worry about the ability of Spider's Bite hitting you, but you are denying potentially 2 damage to leak through, which at these life totals is a lot.
It is. No, it certainly is. You have to be cognizant of the fact that you are basically, you're closer to the death than you are since you began. And 8 damage is half your health total. And the question here is Uzuri confident with the hand? Now, in this format, go-agains are not easy to come by. So there's a lot of expendable stuff from your hand in order to block. So yeah, like we see right now, do not be surprised if a lot of these cards just kind of get blocked out real nice. There's the Frailty token. 2 leaks through. Looked like 2-3 blocks came in to meet this halfway. 2 damage and the Frailty. And again, Frailty basically saying your daggers are nothing.
And I do believe also it will make the card in Arsenal just a little bit weaker when it comes out as well.
That is correct. But we're going to come in with a stealth attack here. And once again, the mind games are being engaged here.
One of the great things about Uzuri, especially in a sealed format, is with just 1 card in Arsenal and 2 cards in hand, you still can make a lot happen. Even with one of those tokens that's going to make your weapons not hit hard, there's still a possibility. Lots of generic 6s in this set, and a lot of them you don't want to get hit by.
And like the tough part about this as well is that it's a lot of that the reach is essentially hidden behind Uzuri's ability. And in certain cases, if you're up against an opponent who basically has a 2-card hand, you're like, all right, pitch, maybe throw 7, maybe 8 at me. Like, I know what I'm up against here because all the cards are on the table. All the information is at my disposal. This is a different story. This is a game of chicken to a degree, especially when Riptide is at 8. Are you bluffing here? Are you not? And look what he's giving up here. He's giving up a very potent arrow, a red arrow.
Is that a red infecting shot?
Ooh, and the switcheroo does make way. Oh, and we're going to come in with a D-React. That D-React that Riptide loves so much is Boulder Trap. So what Boulder Trap does is when this defends an attack with greater than its base, put a -1 counter on equipment. But I don't think that's the move here. The move, frankly, is just to throw a D-React that blocks for 3.
Like, I have breaking news.
Oh my God.
I have to thank Darth Prentice himself, the Drakai of Sound, Greg, for texting me. Those are the Pandragon. They are Pandragon sleeves from Dragon Shield. So
holy Moses. Hold on a second. I need to call my stockbroker. I don't know why.
Thank you, Greg. You made my day.
My stockbroker, I think, is Andy Trong, who opens the most busted cases I've ever seen in my life. He is the reason why I've never opened a Fabled.
I thought you were leading in for a joke with your stockbroker. I did not actually expect it to be a story that was based in reality.
No, I do not have a stockbroker. We call him the stock.
You pulled the Uzuri switch on me.
Yeah, I did.
You just hit me for 6.
It looked like a joke, then it delivered like not a joke, but in reality it was a joke. It's essentially my whole career wrapped up in a nutshell. It started as a joke, then it wasn't, but now it's back to being a joke. We're going to come in with a dagger. This is a spider's bite.
Mm-hmm. And I do believe that it will, for potentially once this game, actually connect for some damage. It might be the first turn he's played without one of the tokens in a long time.
Why not? Why not? I mean, you got to sort of chip away. And if you are a Riptide player, you don't want to give away a 2 or 3 block into something that unassuming. But it does tax your attack actions when you do want to block something that matters. This attack that is being presented here is possibly one that you want to respect a little more. This is a freewheeling Renegades. It is red. It's a 6 attack on the base. If it's defended by an action card, it gets -2. Now, you throw in an action card in front of this that blocks for 3. This now becomes a 4 attack. But keep in mind, Spider's Bite is sort of downgrades that to a 2 block. So throwing a 3 block action card in front of this still connects for 2 damage.
That's a whole lot of math.
It's a whole lot of math, I tell you what. All right, so still on the stack here. Freewheeling Renegades, 6 attack. You can't let this go. You have to throw something in front of it. Now, that first Spider's Bite, this is why equipment is so important. This is why these little, pokes and prods are so bad. But this is a nice one. Now, this is an action card. It's a potent one. It's a red come to fight. So this diminishes the freewheeling Renegades to 4 attack, but given this isn't an attack action, it is just an action card. It is not affected by Spider's Bite. 1 goes through. It's a great time to have that card, but look at the ramifications here. If you're blocking with a red come to fight, suddenly this Lace with Blood Rot could have been so much more. It could have been a bigger deal.
A red come to fight is definitely something you are happy to see your opponent take out of their hand and block one of their cards. It's less that you're going to have to worry about this turn.
All right, Spire Sniping. Going to look at the top here. It's a yellow Spire Sniping. It likes the cards the way they are. We're just going to go ahead and fire off with the remainder. Yellow Spire Sniping with the red
I do believe that's
Blood Rot.
Blood Rot coming in for 7 and then threatening that 3 on the back end.
So this is pretty significant again. And what is 14 minus 7? Yeah, that's what I thought. It is a metric 7. A whole metric 7 that is going to be left over if this goes through, plus the added tax of a Blood Rot token.
That's why I can't figure out the math. It's the metric to imperial calculation.
Catch up. Catch up, America. 7 attack. A Blood Rot token looming large around the corner.
Looks like we're going to see a full block from the Uzuri player.
You got to. I mean, if you don't have the tools to do something big, plus you never know. There might be a stealth attack in your arsenal, and you might little switcheroony doony into something.
A lot you can do with very little cards.
Let's find out. All right, that looks like that's the case. So again, mind games is what we're playing, as well as Flesh and Blood. But this stealth attack is essentially the first domino to fall for that little switcheroo that Uzuri is constantly threatening. And which one is this? Well, let me tell you. This stealth attack is going to be Isolate, which is the most potent of all of them because it has built-in Dominate. So you can't even two-block this if you want to play defensively.
That's true. And you still never know what's going to come behind it. He might just be happy with letting it hit, or he might have something even worse planned.
You have to throw something in front of this. You can't. Oh, it's dominated. It's dominated. You can't block two. You can't block two. Is that Isolate? Unless I'm looking at this incorrectly.
You were correct. It looks like we are just making sure our opponent is only blocking with one.
Hey, block with one. We have some fun. Block with two.
No fun for you.
Screw you. Yeah, that's much cleaner. So we're going to throw one card in front of this, but are we going to switcheroo? No, it doesn't look like the case.
Ooh,
yes, we are.
I do believe that is a down and dirty.
Is that a down and dirty? Let's find out. I think that is. And again, yeah, it is. I believe it is one of the most potent cards from this set. Again, it kind of maybe fell by the wayside for quite a while here. Down and dirty, able to block from the arsenal. This is a card that is a sideboard hero for many decks.
Riptide responding with, it looks like an arrow from Arsenal. Uzuri keeping a comfortable life lead, but still protecting it with two cards. Oop, we're reconsidering.
You're not sure yet. Again, you have such a life lead that if there's no on-hit effects and you have four cards that coalesce so beautifully, you might not want to toss anything in front of this. But
we've seen so many 8 and 7 attacks from Riptide this game that I would be thinking twice about letting it fully hit. Looks like we're going to block just a little bit of it, still staying in double-digit life totals.
But, I mean, despite the fact that Riptide has put so much together in order to create an uncomfortable game for Uzuri. Look at Uzuri. Uzuri is the one who's in a commanding lead now. And a lot of this is going to come to fruition because of the fact that you have daggers. You have a weapon that you can lean on. The Rangers not having a built-in weapon that deals damage on its own becomes a liability late game, where if you don't find an arrow, if you don't find an attack action, you are left out in the cold, and it becomes a very dangerous game very quickly. As Feisty Locals is not going to mess with this dagger, throw it in front. What's left? One floating means that there's no second dagger unless there's another pitch following suit.
That's correct, and you have to just protect when you are at 3 health.
Like, there's still such a significant hill to climb here for Riptide, and now you're seeing why Azalea might be a better selection in these particular matchups, where those 8 or 9 attack arrows could have been dominated, right? That could have been an opportunity here. I'm wondering if there was a situation where Vince was leaning more towards Riptide because of the amount of traps that he found, because of the boulder trap, because of all these great opportunities. But sometimes that can be a little bit of a distraction to a degree.
It looks like we've thrown Post Malone in front of the second dagger. And I've received yet another correction from one of our viewers. I do believe this one has come from my friend Kat back home in Lancaster. It was Beethoven, not Mozart, who was deaf. So you can ask Mozart to play Wonderwall all day long, and it'll be fine.
Okay.
Let's go do it later.
Yes.
He's playing in Pittsburgh tonight.
Is he?
All right, looks like there's some discussion going on the table. Looks like Riptide will still manage to hang on with 3 health going into his next turn.
All right, so
showing a yellow Ravenous Rabble.
Finds a red, though, so that's not a bad start. 3 go again. I mean, it's work done. It's progress, right? If the worst case is you're buying a card here out of your opponent, nothing in arsenal. And again, Riptide has...
Uzuri thinking hard about preserving that life total, but this is one that I would feel comfortable letting slip through.
Well, you feel comfortable letting it slip through if you can make use of all 4 cards. At this point, I believe Uzuri might be in a situation where she's likely just going to forego any type of arsenal preservation in order to maintain pressure. At the very least, what you're doing is if you go dagger, like we see right now, into dagger, into attack, those are cards that you're getting out of your opponent, and you're playing the attrition game, because at this rate, you're attacking 3 times, but you're only giving up 1 card to the card economy, whereas your opponent might have to block all 3. As we see right here, that's a big card to give up. That's a go-again card.
See, I do believe there's a Red Sea Horizon that we are blocking with for the first dagger.
And this is the right way to play it right now, as it looks like Tim Casto has found the secret recipe, which is 2 Spider's Bites and a sprinkle of sprinkle of attack to close this one out, as he's just bleeding cards out of the pool.
See a second block. We may see the whole hand committed to this third one. Or Riptide might be able to squeak through and present a little bit of damage. All right, we're doing a 1-card block.
Slow and steady, you gotta get there. And 1 card left here for Riptide. Is it a playable? Are you just pocketing it? What's the story here? Looks like, oh, we're going to send it. Why not? Just at least trying to find an opportunity here where, I mean, if Uzuri does have a 4-card hand, looks like that might be the case. The 2 damage goes through, no problem.
You have to figure Uzuri has something big planned for this turn. We might be seeing the end of this game. Swinging in with the dagger, of course, a way we've been starting for all the turns that didn't have the frailty token.
This is the right move. You have to do this, in my opinion. You have to capitalize on your advantage as the assassin, which is the double dagger weapon. They are very expensive to operate. They're 2 for 1. It's not a trade that we're talking about the Banksy, the wrench. It's like, oh, one costs 3 attack. That's good value, right? Well, this is the complete opposite. This is going to cost you 2 for swing for 1. Go Again's always online here. The difficult aspect of this is more so on the Riptide side because you're at 3. You want to give up a third of your health.
You're in a bad position. You're either giving up 2 cards, which you're going to need to mount pressure back on your opponent, or you're going to drop to 1, which with all of the attack reactions that Uzuri can be running on top of her ability is just not a position you're going to want to find yourself in.
The tough part here is that if you do let this slide, that means that you're opening yourself up to a weaker defense pattern against other big attacks. And look again, another red Seek Horizon is giving up another big arrow, a 3 block this time.
And we're leading in with the stealth card. We're going to use Uzuri's ability.
And the old switcheroo. Is that Feisty Locals? What is that?
Locals putting it, I'm not sure. It dropped our Riptide player to 1. So now all of those daggers become a must block. You don't even have the option of just losing a little more health.
That was cut down to size, if I'm not mistaken. That was replacing it.
Sure. A familiar pattern we're following. It's time to stab with the daggers.
Make it happen. And there were so many blues that were pitched early that if you're coming up on that second cycle, that means you've got the fuel to just continuously erode away on this Riptide. The first dagger that leaks through, any on hit here is victory.
Tim Casto is a large Kano enthusiast as well, so playing and setting up for the second cycle is not something that he is unfamiliar with.
Throwing a frailty trap in front of this here is pretty good as well, because now this basically negates your second dagger. So that's no longer an option here, but we're going to...
I think we're coming in with the stealth attack, so we might be seeing some sneaky plays from Uzuri.
It's the way to go. That's how Uzuri is going to get the job done in this format. Another stealth attack, another opportunity for Uzuri to pull one over on you.
The more I think about deck construction for this type of event, too, there's just so many great generics that you could spread among your team. There's so many possibilities that Uzuri could have. Even another Post Malone, it looks like. That's what I just called the card now. You've ruined it for me.
Yeah, you got it.
You made it better. I don't know. I'm going to have to reflect on that.
The Wither has been switched out. The full block here is on, but hey, block with a card from hand. It is a Blood Rot token. Do you have a way to pay your way through it?
I do see him holding on to a card, so he might be able to hang on for one more turn.
If there's a blue, that's your way out. If not, well, that's all she wrote here, as that Blood Rot Pox token is going to create a fist bump.
I do not believe that it was a blue.
It was not a blue. Fist bumps all around. It looks like Hands Across America there on screen, but ultimately it is, we're done for this round here. It looks like the round 2 of the team sealed here for Outsiders is wrapped up. And yeah, I mean, you see the pressure of what Uzuri can do. And again, it always comes down to the fact that if you have a weapon and your opponent doesn't, which is essentially what that boils down to, you can lean on it. And whether you're letting them hit or it becomes a trade of into cards, well, you're going to win in the long run.
In a sealed environment, too, where in Outsiders, you're typically playing more than 30 cards. Be it draft or sealed, this is the set where you're going above the minimum. Having that weapon that you could just rely on and pitch those blues and yellows to for your second cycle is just such a huge advantage. Well, the rules of Team Sealed, you have to have a ranger. So there's just no way you can run without one on your team.
And if you find the traps, there's the boulder trap. There's a bunch of them. I think he played 3 or maybe 4 different traps in that particular game. You have to kind of say like, hey, this is pretty good. Like, why would I roll the dice on Azalea when I have all these cool built-in traps that are really powerful in very specific situations? The difference here is the fact that there is. There was a lot of opportunity for you to look at the top card of your deck. You had 2 or 3 Seek Horizons that put a card on top of your deck, so Azalea can benefit from that to just find the Dominate. There was the Ravenous Rabbles to check. There's, I believe there was like Scout the Peripheries. Otherwise, look, if it was up to me, Dominate is such a potent keyword in Limited, especially at low health totals. I don't want to sort of poo-poo on anyone who is brave enough to try a Riptide.
We mentioned Sin. He's in our production booth. He made his own series of traps. If we're lucky, we might be able to look at those. They're Pittsburgh-themed Riptide traps. Sin, a person we know who looks at something on the menu and says, I can make it better.
Apparently so. Addition by subtraction, apparently, by our chef extraordinaire over there in the production booth, who said, hey, what does it say here? Established 1933. Hey, listen, I know you got 90 years of experience making sandwiches, but hey, let me just walk in there and throw a wrench in the entire system, okay? I know that you're packed 24/7, but I know the right way to do this.
He's not even a Permanente University alumni, and
seriously,
he's making these you're at least qualified.
Does he have a T-shirt that says Permanente Brothers University? No,
I don't see one.
Not even close. I'm sorry. It's not like you can just go in there and get one of these. Anyway,
we'll be back shortly with round 3.
I guess. There's no sound, so I'm going to do this. Oh, are we back now?
Now I think we're actually back. Hello, Internet.
Back? Wonderful. We got it. Look at that.
Everything we said was very funny and very smart, and it made us sound super cool. So you're just going to have to take our word for it.
No, I'm an agent of the truth. It was all garbage. What I was alluding to before this was that Outsiders, which is the last draftable set, does take us back probably till about April-ish of this particular year, but we're merely a week away from a lot of these pre-release events, which will finally get us back to drafting, to limited, which is super exciting. Before that, hey, let's get one of these pair down. This is a pair down right now for Kevin Brayer on Riptide again against Benji, the piercing wind.
2 characters that come pre-damaged, just like us. Hello, will be available later.
17 yeah, exactly. I mean, Benji is a hero that has so much potential in terms of just getting damage to leak through. So when she's staring across the battlefield here at Riptide, which already has some of the work done at 19, you're feeling a little bit better here. Again, Benji, a hero that essentially, attack action cards you control with 2 or less attack can't be defended by cards from hand. So just go for it. Just attack. Just make it happen. Plus, you get Kodachis. You get everything.
Benji's a character that I always think I can make work in a draft, but I never can. In this type of situation where you're sharing a team pool with your team, they're able to funnel you all those cards that'll meet perfectly with that ability. We could see a pretty quick game here, potentially.
Oh, for sure. And whenever you can't block, I mean, that's just like, it's free real estate, right? It's a nice little way to have quasi-dominate to a degree. You can't block from cards from hand, sure, no problem. I mean, they're low to the ground, but it's a game of attrition. It's a game of chipping away. And if you have a lot of these ninja attacks that essentially have built-in go again, that attack for free, many of them do, you can kind of get away with proverbial murder.
Don't forget, too, Benji has that second ability. Once per turn after something's already hit, the next attack's going to gain +1.
Let's make it happen, and it's any attack. Sorry, the first time an attack action. My bad. I thought the Kodachis were in on it as well. Nonetheless, let's start thing. I think it's...
is that a yellow Scout the Periphery?
That's not... I think that's Scout the Periphery indeed. And the color looks yellow to me. So that is a card that these Ranger players are going to lean on in order to essentially have a look-see. If everything's lining up, everything's coming up Millhouse for you. Look at the top card of your target hero's deck. That could even be Benji.
That is true, and that is what they chose.
All right, so +2 on the attack over here. The Riptide player going to go ahead and load the bow, fire away.
Looks like an aim counter on that, if I'm not mistaken. We are coming in for a big 7.
Not a bad number here. Again, Benji has to be respecting this. It's not dominated or anything, so you can expect what we see right here, which is a full dump of the hand here to just sort of cover this up as best as possible. Some of those big cards here already expended, but Benji again,
he wants the little cards.
Yeah, you want the twos or less here, and I think the ideal hand for Andrew Schaefer here is to pitch something, something like a blue 0 cost, get the Kodachi to do work, and then start coming in for those unblockables. The pair down here of 1-1 versus 2-0 is always an intriguing matchup here, because for Kevin Brayer at 2-0, you're feeling confident, and then now you're up against a team that kind of just wants to play spoiler for you.
It looks like
Ninja stuff.
Ninja stuff indeed. I do think it is an attack that's higher than 2, because it looks like we are figuring out what the block will be. Or no, I might be wrong. We're going with some of the armor pieces right off the bat here.
Now you gotta get the usage of the armor wherever you can.
In this type of setting, and especially with the life totals where they are already right off the bat, every point that you can stop is precious. And if it's an ability you're actually able to attack from or to block from Benji, it's even better.
So that was Plunge, and Plunge has the added benefit here of if it does hit your next dagger, attacking's +1, which it did not hit. So we're just going to come in for the 1 off the Kodachi.
Start leaking that damage early. That's exactly what you want to be doing as the ninja player.
It's a process. 1 damage does add up over time here. We're going to follow this up with another Plunge. This one is a red. So again, you cannot, this one can be blocked with cards from hand. So this might be just a very simple block from hand with a 3 block. You don't want to give extra value to that second Kodachi to come in for 2. But then again, we're just going to throw this is a yellow Falcon Wing. It was a 2 go again off this Falcon Wing. So it's going to be blocking this Plunge real nice and clean. How are we ending this? My suspicion is we're just going to go play for an Arsenal turn, and that looks like to be what is happening here. We're going to wheel that blue Seek Horizon to the bottom of the deck, and now it's up to Riptide. That Riptide deck that we saw in round 2 that came out guns a-blazing, but really was on the receiving end for most of that round.
Judging just from the cards we've seen with this current Riptide player, we might see a repeat performance of the type of play that we were able to see. With the limited card pool, too, there are only a certain amount of strategies you're really able to build, and you're pretty much know what you're going to be given by your team for your Ranger pool. I do believe I see an aim counter coming on that Falcon Wing from Arsenal, so I do believe that will give it go again.
Falcon Wing.
No, that's the +1?
So yeah, Falcon Wing does all have the built-in go again. That does come stock with this this latest model. This is a 2023 Falcon Wing, okay?
I still use a 2021 Falcon Wing, so
That's
mine's
right.
just a little bit harder.
Yeah, yours still has like the CD deck with like a Smash Mouth CD in it.
I actually use a Discman with the cassette adapter.
Oh, hell yeah. Now we're talking.
And for anybody under 30, sorry you don't understand that one.
So that is indeed with a, if you got an aim counter on it, it does get the +1, but the +1 on this just brings it up to 3. Digestible number, no problem. You can block it. There are a lot of ninja cards that block for 3. And again, there's also a lot of ninja cards that block for 2. But again, on hit here, there's nothing to worry about. There's no extra spice. There's no sand in your eyes if you let this one pass. It's just vanilla damage, which looks like it's being calculated. It's being recorded. Now we're off to the second wave here.
Looks like the Benji player is trying to do anything they can to potentially clap back with the 4-card hand and the 1 from Arsenal. But let's see what Riptide has planned. Looks like we're coming in for another 5. A big damage turn from Riptide. A nice little semi-wide turn for a Ranger in this format as well, giving Benji something to think about. Is he going to keep his hand, or is he going to throw a couple in front of these?
This is a barbed arrow. This is a majestic, and it's basically, if it has an aim counter on it, it gains, when this hits, choose red, yellow, or blue until the start of your next turn. They can't pitch cards of the chosen color, but there's no aim counter, so who cares?
Still
it's 5.
I care.
I know. I mean, listen, damage is what your most important element to this game is. That's what basically allows you to push towards that finish line. And 5 damage is a big chunk here. It's more than a third of your health total for Benji. And Benji's been holding on to the hands here. But we've seen how explosive a big Benji turn can be, especially when you're basically just a passenger. You're a spectator for all these attacks that are leaking through it. You can't do anything but just applaud and hope and cross your fingers that they don't have the juice to finish you off.
Andrew Schaefer thinking long and hard about those blocks, so there is a chance that he indeed does have the juice in his hand.
No aim counter that we can tell here. So it's just 5, but finding a barbed undertow is a nice little find here should you want to. I would tend to agree that you want to put the aim counter on the Falcon Wing. But then again, putting an aim counter on that yellow Falcon Wing brings it to 3, which is just a one card block. However, you never know what this barbed undertow is going to find. You might call the wrong color, and then the aim counter is essentially useless. Sure. Looks like it's going to be completely blocked here. A head jab and a 3-block covers that up entirely, I believe. There's a 3-block behind that.
I was looking forward to speculating over what color was chosen, but apparently we're going to have to save that one for another day.
Yeah, this isn't like putting your hands in a bag of M&Ms, being like, what color are we getting?
M&Ms, I would like to add, far superior to Skittles.
Oh, we're so past that now. Steven Armada can...
My Kano pin is burning. He must be angry.
Yeah, his ears are burning. They're talking about me and my Skittles. This is a blue Ravenous Rabble finding a red, so it does maintain some attack here. You gotta love that part. 2 go again. And the beautiful part about that is you know it's coming. Now, keep in mind, this base attack is 4, so this is a blockable card, but we're just going to go ahead and take 2 damage, go down to 16.
You read my mind, a question I was about to ask. Reducing the attack cost will not make it unblockable for Benji.
Reading minds, something that my ex-girlfriend wished or thought I was able to do. Nonetheless, let's go with a Kadachi, pitching another blue attack here. Why not? 2 floating. 1 go again. Here comes those little nasty pokes and prods. This is what gets you there if you're a ninja. How many pre-releases, armories, drafts, and such have you played as a ninja where the Kadachis have basically been the workhorse, the MVP of these matchups?
The answer to your question is 0. I do not play ninja under any circumstance.
That's okay. None of us are perfect. We're going to get a trap in front of this. And this trap is the Buzzsaw trap. when it defends an attack with attack value greater than the base, it can't gain any more attacks. So that's not the case here. It's merely throwing something in front of it. This is a buzzsaw trap in front of a Kodachi. Seems unique, but we're going to follow this up with a yellow Surging Strike.
Now, yellow Surging Strike, I do believe, will be blockable by the Riptide player. You know it's going to get followed up with something with Go Again, even if it's just another hit with the Kodachi. It could just be more damage leaked, which is not something you want to be doing. We're going to see a full block here from Riptide.
Yep, protect the life total while you can, because there will be situations where you do not have that luxury. 16 to 12. The Benji player has had most of the offense here. Not really taking advantage of the game text, the ability of Benji, and there's a Post Malone.
Got to think Riptide feels like he's doing the classic Looney Tunes defensive move of just kind of holding his hand on Benji's forehead while he's swinging and can't hit him.
This is Virulent Touch, if I'm not mistaken. It is a Ranger / Assassin card, those combos. I will say this. I will pat myself on the back. I do remember before Outsiders was released, before all the previews came out, where all of my conversations with Brian Gottlieb, and I pulled him aside, I said, are we getting combo cards? And he did the old, if you tell anybody, I will murder you.
But you just told me.
Well, no, I mean like ahead of all the spoilers.
Oh, okay. I got really worried for a
well,
minute
now,
there.
yes. Now you are now on his list as well. So, well, we're coming in for 4, friend. We're going to use the equipment here because, again, if you block from hand, you will get a Blood Rot token. So let's use the equipment while we can.
I'm noticing the Benji player's deck is looking a little thin. Riptide strategy here might just be to block out, get the damage in while you can, and then wait until Benji is kind of out of options. Let the ninja run out of gas. Unlike Riptide, who will never run out of gas. Looks like we're drawing up and handing it back to Benji, who still has a pretty respectable hand. We might be able to see a pretty good turn get out of this, starting with the Kodachi as always.
Seems like it's always the Blue Seek Horizons that's fueling this Kodachi turn, but again, one Go Again. These life totals, frankly, for the amount of attacks that have been sent back and forth, the Go Agains included, it seems like they're not getting much work done. But again, if you're throwing cards in front of this, the late game is going to be pretty nasty. In which case, the longer these games go, the more you're leaning towards the hero that has a weapon that can swing. And it seems like the amount of Rangers that we've had on stream now have eventually faltered to the degree where their turns have been decided by, well, I got to make do with what I've got left. And that is with my arrows, my attack actions and such. And Kodachi attack is basically the pattern that ninjas have leaned on since the dawn of time.
You know, and though it could feel frustrating when you're in those those situations where you're unable to get an arrow in your arsenal, I've always been just impressed with how thematically appropriate the Rangers have felt in this game. You feel kind of pushed up against a wall, unable to shoot. It's not the best feeling in the world, but it certainly fits the theme of the class.
This is 1-2 punch, a 0-cost 3 attack. It is a combo line that starts with head jab, but there's no head jab here. So it's merely a 3 attack. So a card traded for a card, life totals protected. It is now game, set, Riptide. Let's see what the follow-up here as we draw back up. Kevin Breyer on Riptide. Andrew Schaefer looking to play spoiler here. As once again, this is a Outsiders team sealed. So the outcome of the game here is just one piece of the puzzle, not to mention this is a very strict cut to top 4. On the line is a invitation to the Realm Games Rumble, the Realm Rumble in December, a 20K. So
I'll be there. I'll be playing. And if you get me round 1, you got lucky because you're going to get a free win to start the day out.
Oh, is that how it works?
It feels that way every time I play an event. It's like charity. I write it off on my taxes.
Nice. All right. Well, here comes another
7 with a blood rod on the back. This is not what you want to see if you are Benji.
Well, it's the hard way to create a 7. It's got an aim counter on it, sure. Like, look how much cobbling together you had to do to make this infecting shot look a little bit more vicious. It's base 3, as it's a blue, so we propped it up with a little come to fight. We threw a sprinkling of aim counters on it, and in tow is that Blood Rod. So it took a lot of work to get to where we are. This could have been a 9 attack arrow, actually. It could have been a filthy arrow, but I kind of don't mind a 7 spot on this. It's a break point. It has significance in terms of what to block, and if you're caught with 2 blocks in hand, this is a vicious hand to stare down.
I would mind very much if I was the Benji player, because don't forget, on top of the 7 damage from the arrow, if any of that hits, you have another 3 coming off the back end unless you sacrifice a blue to it at the end of your turn.
All right, 3 in front. Is this full coverage? 3 blocks of plenty here in the Ninja Draft. Did you get caught with one of those head jabs? Possibly not. Full coverage. All right, we're going to Benji's turn here. Andrew Schaefer looking to at least maybe pitch something, go Kadachi.
Sure. I think that's probably what we'll see, unless he has the potential to just have something larger in his arsenal. There we go. It looks like we're just going to see those 2 Kodachis this turn. Riptide might feel comfortable letting this through and have another big turn to clap back with.
And hey, Andrew, thank you for putting the go again token there, buddy. I want to say there are so many times where the damage is not properly indicated, the effects are not there. Andrew, aces, buddy.
You're doing it, Andrew. Thank you so much.
So Riptide here with a slight life lead is just getting tickled by these Kodachis. So unassuming early on, but so oppressive later on in the game, as you can see, just doing a little inventory. What have I expended? What do I have left? Some of the best sealed players in the world are going to know precisely what's in their deck. It's incredible how they can just literally, take one glance at that graveyard and figure out, all right, I know precisely the density of reds, blues, yellows, how many arrows are left, how much useless nonsense is floating about here.
Red Scout the periphery starting it off. I think we might see a big turn from Riptide. This is going to create another problem scenario for our Benji player.
Andrew, he's like, hey, have a peek here.
Check it out.
Love it. All right, so a little information here for Kevin Breyer, and knowing is half the battle. The other half of the battle, G.I. Joe, is to actually finish this off. And both players have been clinging to double digits for quite a while here, and another aim counter on this bad boy. So we're getting a fat arrow here. We're getting a 9 spot.
9 damage. That is almost full lethal for the Benji player. We might see another cycle of blocking with 3-4 cards from hand, and that deck has got to be looking thin. Riptide feeling in a pretty good position right now.
Well, it's a good time to be a Riptide if you're sending 9 at an opponent. And this is a skybound shot. If it has an aim counter, it gets +1. It does, Jeff. It does have an aim counter. It does have it.
I see it right there.
So 9 attack off the. So it is a 5 attack plus the 3 from the scout to periphery. Again, a little sprinkling of aim counterage brings this to a nice, robust 9. And you got to wonder how many 3 blocks are left for Benji. How many 3 blocks you are willing to commit, and beyond that, at what point are you just going to have to say, you know what, screw it, I got to actually make a play here. But I feel like this is something you got to respect. You cannot go down to 1. It is a dangerous game to play. What we haven't seen, Jeff, is a Benji that has thrown those 2 or less, those unblockable, those unpreventable damages. So this Benji has, unfortunately, maybe just doesn't have the build that would make for a very potent and scary Benji deck.
Sure, and 1 is not a number you want to go against for Riptide, because he does always have that ability to just deal the 1 surprise damage out of nowhere that you're not going to have an answer for.
9 on the stack here. No on hits to worry about. It's a what you see is what you get scenario, but what you see is not a very happy sight, as 9 damage looms large here over Andrew Schaefer on Benji. That team already at 1-1, already on the cusp here. This is a very pivotal game for Kevin Breyer. Kevin doesn't want to just give up any kind of free real estate, doing his best. 2-0. It is a 5-round tournament here with a cut to top 4. So like we mentioned, not a lot of wiggle room. There's not a lot of margin for error, and a 9 attack is a very, very good feeling here if you are the Riptide player.
Benji taking a little inventory of his graveyard, seeing what could potentially be left in that much smaller deck. I hate to say it, but I don't think Benji's in a good position right now.
Andrew Schaefer still evaluating, looking for outs. 9 damage. Nothing coming around the bend here. There's no go again. There's no on-hit nonsense. Nothing floating. But 9 damage leaves you a breath away from ending this game. Andrew, evaluating the hand, what is coming? Looking through the graveyard, looking through the deck, saying how many cards do I have left? What's left to be had here?
Riptide just has so many ways we've seen in this deck already. He can lace with Blood Rot, an Infecting Shot, even something like a blue Infecting Shot when those life totals get low. That's not something that you're going to stare down. We might, looks like he's thinking about giving that whole hand.
I haven't seen somebody agonize this hard over a decision like since Sin, figuring out what more he can take out of a perfect sandwich.
It's very much a ship of Theseus situation when he's ordering a sandwich. By the time it gets there, it was actually just like a turkey dinner. Yeah. I've never seen this happen before. Yeah, with coleslaw and French fries.
Yeah, you're right. We just gave him a hot dog at the end of it. Here you go. Here's your Primanti Brothers sandwich. It's just a bowl of Chef Boyardee. So 9 damage. Again, this is a very pivotal decision here for Andrew Schaefer, and he's really agonizing over it as, again, you can take this and survive, but what kind of life are you leading at that point here? 10 health.
A life of danger. That's the kind of life you are leading.
But you know what? Sometimes that's the kind of fire you need to light under your ass in order to sort of make it count. But you don't want to give yourself just this kind of disadvantage. I think that at this juncture, I believe Andrew has a hand that is like all it's clicking on all cylinders, and including the arsenal to a degree. And he might be thinking, okay, if I go down to 1, what can I push through? Can I cross the finish line? Can I get there? And if I don't, what am I susceptible to? What is the follow-up here? But he's going to be giving a card up here. And there's another one? No, he's going to be blocking.
Just blocking out 3. What is he keeping to come back with? 3 health does feel a little comfortable. 1 against Riptide is not a situation you want to be in. This, at least, he can kind of pivot or wiggle a little bit, but let's see what Benji has in store.
You got to come back strong. If you're eating 6 here, it's got to mean that you've got more than that you can send back. If you're going to turn the table on this, if you're going to turn the Riptide, if I may say, you need to come back guns blazing here, Kadachi swinging, and Benji with the ability to not block, to have unpreventable damage more or less from hand. Well, you got to make it happen here. Benji, again, unpreventable is not the correct term. I know probably there are some people in chat saying it's not unpreventable. You cannot throw cards in front of it to block. There are cards like Brush Off and etc. that will be able to prevent it. But hey, let's start off the old-fashioned way. Pitch a blue 0. Love it.
Riptide. Okay, we're going to pull out a trap, it looks like, for this one. Or no, I might be wrong.
Yeah, well, there's a frailty token that's going to be coming out of the bend for this.
I do believe, like Admiral Akbar said, it's a trap.
It
Benji
is a
taking
trap.
1 damage from Riptide's ability. Pretty good for him that he did not end the turn at 1. Had to be going through his head that this scenario was potentially going to happen.
Frailty... The problem is Frailty just basically completely nerfed your second Kadachi. A good time to have that trap.
Absolutely. That could kind of decide the game for Riptide. Looks like Twin Twisters is now coming in with Go Again, so we have not seen the end of the Ninja this turn. We're just going to let it go. Well, it's unblockable. Doesn't look like he had a choice.
Yeah, you got to just sort of suck it up and take it at that point. It is just... It is sent express overnight. Well, that Kadachi's doing nothing. It is a 0. But
are there any cards in this set that care about how many chain links you have had that Benji's potentially swinging for 0 with?
That is a very good question.
There could also be an attack react in that arsenal. We maybe be able to get a little more damage over the top.
That is certainly a possibility as well. It is completely possible that there's a little bit of razzle-dazzle, as it were. But I don't think that this is a situation where Kevin Breyer really cares. I think Kevin is just saying, hey...
I do believe the Kodachi is still coming in for 1 because of Benji's ability. The Twin Twisters it hit, which will give the next attack this turn +1. So the Frailty token, I do believe, has been negated.
Well, look at you. No, you're spot on. First attack action that you control the hits makes your next attack, not attack action. So it is coming in for 1. You're absolutely correct. Again, Benji, a hero that I haven't exactly explored to the same degree that many have. But the potency of this hero in a constructed environment, incredible, absolutely explosive. Within a limited environment, you got to kind of cobble it together and find these little, these little margins that you can weave through. In this case, that is precisely it. The frailty token making that second Kodachi -1,
Absolutely.
but Benji lifting it back up to relevance at 1, going to be able to go ahead and pop in with another point of damage, but it's being blocked.
Flake, don't think I didn't hear the surprise in your voice when I figured out Benji's ability, and though I'm hurt, I understand. I understand.
Hey, we're all here to learn, right? You're not losing if you're learning.
Someone said that somewhere before.
Some doofus said that. There's the attack reaction that we were talking about. Again, a little bit of those rabbit out of the hat.
A 0 into a 3 or 4 a lot quicker than we expected.
Well, again, that's what you want to do. And the exchange rate on this turn of taking the 6 damage, you managed to connect for about 4 or so. So you're not out of it. But again, you've also given Riptide an immense sort of cushion to basically laugh off whatever's coming your way. So
2 health, not feeling good about being there. At least you're not going to have to worry about a surprise dominate like you are with Azalea.
Yellowtail. That's an arrow.
We're going to use the ability of the bow, flip something in Arsenal. I think I see an aim counter going on.
So that Yellowtail, it's a non-attack action. Your next arrow this turn gains +3. If it has an aim counter, it gains yellow cards have -1 while defending this. A very fascinating card, frankly.
And against a character that wants to play 2 attacks or less, he may be stuck with a handful of yellow cards that now are unable to be used.
It's a very good point. A lot of those cards that would come in as 3s on red might be more valuable as yellows for Benji. There's a red Ravenous Rabble in hand. A couple cards are already being looked at to throw in front of this. You got to throw at least 3. I mean, you got to stay alive. This might be a scenario where we're just going to block out 3 cards, toss the Ravenous Rabble at him. Hopefully that either chips away more health or just says, you know what, like, get a card out of the hand. At this rate, you're still in this. You're not giving up. We're going to block. I believe that's the full clip.
All right, stuck in a... At least he was in a situation where there were no yellows in his hand, so that worked out in his favor. And I just have to guess we're going to see the Ravenous Rabble and then pass.
Yeah, I don't think you're at a juncture here where you're like trying to end the game by having a 5-card hand. This might be a, hey, let's just throw this at you. Maybe we buy a card. Benji right now playing more so to find a seam where Riptide might not have anything to do. There's an opportunity here. Like, again, it looks like Benji's opting to just go ahead and dunk it into the arsenal here. Keep in mind, though, that red Ravenous Rabble, the amount of blue pitch that has circulated to fuel those Kodachis, that Ravenous Rabble is a card you want to see early, not late.
That's true. And it's not something you want to pitch a red just to swing the Kodachi once. 1 card out of your hand isn't necessarily the way you want to be using those weapons. Works better with a blue or a yellow.
All right, so we're going to arsenal up here at 2 health. Pass it on over to Kevin Breyer on Riptide. That team 2-0 for this Outsiders team sealed event. So again, the winner or loser of this particular game is not necessarily the full outcome here, but it is definitely going to help you out here. There's a Fletch red tail. So now same thing, same deal, +3. If card defending this is, if it hits, cards defending with with whatever, you know what I'm talking about. Rewind the stream, replace yellow with red, play.
Audience, you know what he means.
You know what I mean.
The only real difference of the card is the yellowtail one makes you want sushi and the red tail one just doesn't.
Really?
Yellowfin tuna. Come on, people. Don't give me that look.
Sushi is disgusting.
You thought the Skittles and M&Ms were going to cause an uproar in chat.
Oh, I'm fine. I don't care. I honestly could not care less about the sushi people. Here's my sushi story, okay? I have tried it, didn't like it. Then somebody's like, hey, try this sushi. You might like this. I tried it, didn't like it. Then another person's like, well, they took you to the wrong place. Try this one. Tried it, didn't like it. I tried it 4 times off 4 recommendations, hated it every time, and then I just decided, you know what? It's okay to not like things.
Audience, if an adult who has tried a type of food tells you that they don't like it, just believe them. There's no reason to take them to another place. They tried it. That's all you can ask for.
Unless you go to an established sandwich restaurant where everybody clearly likes it, and then you're up there being like, yeah, but if you replace the French fries with avocados and you take the coleslaw and turn it into like a vanilla frosting, maybe it's no, it's not a better sandwich, Sin.
You should try getting sushi with Sin, because you will just get fried chicken by the time he's done ordering it.
But
It
you know
will
what?
resemble nothing. There will be no fish, no rice. It'll be something completely different.
That's a kind of culinary shell game that you always win, I think. I'm okay with that.
Oh, hey, people are playing Flesh and Blood, and it looks like Benji has a blood rot token.
Well, that's a dangerous reality to digest.
Absolutely.
And hey, there's that same Blue Sea Horizon that is going to probably come back and haunt this Benji, but at the very least right now, it's a Kodachi for 1 with a go again. And it looks like that Kevin Breyer here on Riptide is just happy to sign for it every single time. Oh, no. See, this is what we're talking about. This is exactly what I was worried about. You play these Ravenous Rabbles late, and all of that Kodachi fuel, all of those blue pitches that you were using to fuel those Kodachis early they're all holding hands in your deck, and now this red Ravenous Rabble is peeling another one off the top, and I don't care where your floating dojo is, this Ravenous Rabble is not happy to see it.
You know, I'm able to see the table from where we're sitting right now, and it does look like a one Rhea Adams is just honed in on Kevin Breyer, giving advice and consulting with him. That is definitely a voice you want in your ear. Rhea won, 34 Battle Hardened sometime in the last 2 months with Icelander. She is a player you want to respect.
One of the best Icelander players out there right now.
And just a great person.
You're completely correct. And finishing this off here with another Kodachi. Now, imagine if that was a red off the top. Then if that was a red off the top, that is 4 extra damage, which means that this Kodachi would have represented lethal. Those blues have come back to haunt this Benji player so deviously, unfortunately. But we're going to recycle that deck, put that pitch at the bottom. We know what's off the top.
Yellow Toxicity into a yellow Post Malone.
Toxicity, such a gross card. On hit, just lose life straight away.
The collaboration we would never thought we would see. Toxicity by System of a Down and Post Malone right here in front of us.
You think that, I wonder if Serge Tankian and Post Malone are friends.
I think probably, right?
It's completely possible. All right, no margin for error. Throw one of those Descendant Gust Wave, create the Blood Rot Pox because you blocked from hand. Virulent Touch, nasty, nasty little card. And
essentially forcing Benji into another 3-card hand. You have to keep one of those blues to pay for that Blood Rot, or you are just going to lose the game.
Hey, now, you don't need to pay the tax on that Blood Rot if you just kill your opponent. Keep in mind.
That's also true. Benji might have the ability to just sneak. If he has a bunch of 1 and 2 attacks in hand, this could be the end of the game.
Let's see if he can't just steal one here. 1 damage.
Letting it through.
Problem is here, if you're not representing a guaranteed lethal, you need to hold on to a blue to pay for the Blood Rot.
Also, too, Riptide might have a trap in that arsenal that would be able to block one of those attacks that would normally be unblockable.
So there's a Seeker Horizon. We saw that one. Okay, well, I mean, look how close you are. Again, that Ravenous Rabble finding those blues has really come back to haunt Andrew Schaefer here. If those were reds on the previous turn, this is a completely different game here.
You should just add it to the pile of things that will come back to haunt Andrew Schaefer, because he is a good friend of ours and a good time to travel with.
Taking it down to 1.
This is such a dangerous position to be in against Benzi. You have to assume that there's a trap in Arsenal.
Scary, scary. Plenty of cards left here. Riptide going down to 1 to just finish this one out. Can Riptide do it?
Both teammates on both sides are focused on this game, giving advice. This is a absolute wonderful one to be watching. I see an aim counter going on something in Arsenal, so right off the bat, we know it's going to be a little bit worse than it should be.
Benji,
or I guess better, depending on which player you're looking at it from the perspective of.
Benji, who has had a defensive posture for so many turns here, had to expend so many of the cards just to stay alive at this rate. 1 left, I believe. 1 solo card left on the top of the deck here. We're opening up with a Come to Fight blue, +1 on the next attack action. That attack action has an aim counter. It is a lace with an it looks like a inertia shot.
Not what you want to be seeing, especially if you're relying on those Kodachis to close out the game.
Well, I mean, 1 blue and a card to attack that is unblockable. That's all you need here.
That's true.
You need to
as well.
stay alive and send a 2 attack, and you basically you complete the mission. So can Benji hang tight here?
What an absolutely exciting game in round 3.
This is not over here. It looks like we're going to full block here. There's the Seek Horizon, a couple other cards poking through. Is there any razzle dazzle? Is there a trap? Is there anything that can block out? Keep in mind, Benji, the text says, your attack action cards with 2 or less base attack cannot be defended by a card from hand. Do you have what it takes? It looks like we're going to be pitching a blue. It is going to be a Kodachi. Running out of space here, though.
When your opponent's at 1, swinging 2 of those Kodachis, guaranteed 2 cards out of hand is a definite position you want to find yourself in. Uh-oh, I see a trap.
Well, you never think that you're going to be the one on the receiving end. It's basically the Uno Reverso. Second Kodachi. 1 float, nothing in hand. Take a block out of hand. That's it, that's all. Recycle, draw up. That might be it. Unfortunately, none of these attacks were low to the ground.
Still taking 2 cards out of your opponent's potential turn cycle, though. Huge in a situation like this. Oh, I see the fist bump.
Well, the fist bump, I believe, is because there's some cards that just don't block, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was some of the cards that you're picking up here. There's like a Return to the Floating Dojo. That's a 0 block card. I think that the is that a 0 block card as well? That's a brush off, a Floating Dojo, and a Seek Horizon blue. Again, the blues that were there feeling these Kodachis came back to haunt you late game. Unfortunately, it didn't look like the Benji player had that many of those 2 or less cards to just go through. I do want to rewind it a little bit to that turn. The double Ravenous Rabble turn could have been completely different if they found those cards early on. If those cards were flipping reds off the top, those were 4 go again, 4 go again, right? Instead of 2 go again, 2 go again. That's 4 damage. That would have put would have put the Riptide player in a very precarious position.
Just an absolutely great game to watch. Both players just playing both of those decks to a very, very high level of play. It was exciting. I thought Benji was just going to run away with it.
I do also want to mention, Bull Bar, not to be mistaken with Bill Burr.
We're pod racing on this card for sure.
Oh, definitely, absolutely. Don't tell Sebulba, but we're on it here. This looks like Earthworm Jim's Pocket Rocket to a slight degree as well. There's a deep cut.
I don't mean to contradict you. His Pocket Rocket looked way different, sir.
Whatever.
That's not what I thought it said at
no,
first. That is the Hadron Collider.
Yeah, hold on a second, because there was a slight dyslexic moment where I almost called this something completely different.
I saw it too.
Yeah, perfect. So the Hadron Collider, a great thing. I believe that the real Collider is a nice loop around. Is in Switzerland, the real Hadron Collider?
Correct. That is at the CERN Laboratories in Switzerland. This is a very exciting card for Mechanologist. It's like coming in with 4 steam counters. You're getting a lot of extra damage off these attacks when you boost. I'm a big Dash fan. This set's looking very, very fun and exciting.
This card looks like it'd be amazing in foil. Also has the Crank keyword. Again, Crank is a movie starring Jason Statham.
Sure.
So, yeah, some of these cool spoilers that we're getting to take a look at. So, Mechanologists, eat your heart out. You're getting everything here.
I started on Dash. She's still one of my favorite decks to play, and there's just a lot of fun stuff coming through for these Mechanologist cards. Also, too, as if there wasn't enough exciting information coming out about Flesh and Blood, Living Legend. We're going to have our first Living Legend event in Barcelona. The Battle Hardened is going to be a CC Living Legend event. What an exciting time to be playing this game. There's just so many big things coming out.
No, it's definitely exciting. The game continues to evolve. It continues to find new ways to play. The cards are exciting. The developers are trying new things. They're taking risks. They're seeing what works, what doesn't, and sometimes that's the best way to innovate.
As excited as I am to finally have a chance to play Starvo, kind of when Starvo was hitting his prominence was right around when I started this game, so it's going to be great. to have a chance to play that deck. I'm also looking forward to playing the OG Prism CC deck. That was one I kind of flocked to when I started, and I just did not see the power of those instant speed auras as a new player. It's something I definitely want to give a try.
Speaking of instant speed, check out this cool shirt I got.
That's true.
Look at this. Look at this. Where did I get this?
I do believe I made that for you.
You did. You can get these at verygoodembroidery.com/ISP. It's all kinds of cool stuff that you can go take a look. I do highly recommend.
There's a lot of great people in the Flesh and Blood world that we're fortunate enough to work with. Flesh and Pod, Fresh and Buds, Fabrary, The Realm, Greentree Sports Cards. Sin himself has a merchandise line, so I'm happy to be working with all these people.
No, it's Sin, the ultimate sandwich architect.
You know, he's left a booth. We can really say whatever we want about him at this point.
We could. And it's always exciting when the producer leaves the booth because you don't know what the hell's going to go on. You can't cut to break. You can't do anything.
He's sneaking back in.
And, yeah, so once again, you can go to verygoodembroidery.com/ISP to get your own cool Instant Speed podcast merchandise, if I may say so. I have personally sewn every single one. I have spun the cloth. I even went and I milked the silkworms. I don't know how you get silk.
I think you just told us how. You milk a silkworm.
I milked the
them.
silkworms.
You've broken into my house more times than I knew about. I was aware of some of them, but I didn't know it was to that degree.
And they still let me into this country. Incredible.
They're trying to get me out of it, so I think they thought the two would maybe cancel each other out.
3 rounds are done, friends. 3 rounds are in the books. We are going to be taking a short break, if I'm not mistaken, as the players are just kind of getting set up. So we're going to cut to a quick break. We're going to get ourselves situated, get ourselves put together, as it were, as the round number 4 of 5 is almost done. So we do invite you to stick around. We'll be back in a short minute.
See you in a moment.
Oh.
And that moment's now.
Why
Welcome
not?
back.
Perfect.
How did you spend your vacation, Flake?
Oh, it was amazing. I was misinformed. Well, we're back at it. It's Benji versus Azalea. This one's going to be dominated. We're going to get right back to business. Both players 2-1, fighting for their tournament lives, as it were. As there were 17 teams, if I'm not mistaken, all vying for the top 4 spot.
Both of these teams had a nice 2-1 record, still looking very good for the day. This is going to be an important game for one of them. I'm seeing a Vambraces of defense over on Benji's side, so it looks like we opened a legendary for them. Very exciting. And just starting it off with something Benji's not known for, a 5 attack with Go Again.
Well, this basically says, all right, you are the ninja in this group. There's no Katsus. Benji looks to be the Goe. At the end of the day, it's still a 5 Go Again. It's an imposing attack. All right, throwing it out there. Why not? Let's just continue onward here. Send some more damage. 5 into 9. Peel some cards out.
Big plays from Benji, not caring at all about attacking for 2 or less, just showing it all to you right now.
Hey, well, take a look at that. We actually just leaked through, and at this rate, it's kind of what you want to get at. I mean, if you're going to be sending those kinds of big, powerful red attacks, you probably want to do so at and get some value out of it, which is what happened here.
I do believe this is the team from the Portal in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania that's playing against one of the Greentree Sports Cards home teams. So I guess the winner gets the other person's store, right?
That is, I believe that is called Pittsburgh rules. Those are Pittsburgh rules.
You could tell it's a Pittsburgh rule because it has French fries and coleslaw on it, unless it was Sin's rules, in which case I don't even know what it would have. Just mashed potatoes or something. It's whatever he wants.
Codex of Bloodrot, a big hit. If you're playing sealed, this is what you want to find. You want to find a Codex. Now, the Codex of Bloodrot creates a Ponder on your side, creates a Bloodrot on their side. Also allows you to go ahead and fill up that arsenal if you don't got one. Well, I think you got one. And let's just create some. This is a Lace with Bloodrot that is going to be thrown away in favor of... Okay. It was played. And survey says 6 attack. All right. So getting 6 attack here. The Bloodrot already created. You have another one threatening from the other Lace with Bloodrot as well. So this looks like a full cover-up in my opinion. You got to sort of respect this. You don't want anything to leak through. You don't want to be on the hook for double Bloodrot.
And I think we're going to see a big block out of Benji's hand here.
Got to throw in front of this. You don't want this to leak through. Again, anything that trickles through comes with some bad news attached to it, which is that blood rot. So as it stands, 6 attack on the stack here. Looks like Benji content to just throw in front, not worry about it, play the long game. That blood rot still looming large here. Ponder going to go ahead and rescue a card that you can go ahead and dunk in Arsenal. Vambrace, as mentioned earlier, a legendary pull. Is that what you want to see, though? Is that the kind of piece you want? Azalea now. Making it happen.
Azalea checking that arsenal, maybe thinking about whether it's worth to use her ability or not. And we're coming in with a yellow Ravenous Rabble. We found a yellow card.
All right, so, well, it's going to be a 2-go again. Got to do your best, as it were. 2-go again is still 2-go again. I mean, plus it's also information off the top of your deck.
Absolutely. Azalea being a traditionally tall playing deck too, even just having a little 2-1 damage go again before your next big arrow comes through, that's going to help over the course of the game.
Throw a spring-loaded trap in front of it again. Spring-loaded trap is a great card if the circumstances are met. In this case, just a 2-block. Why not just preserve the life total? Benji at 15 here. Bryce Hutchinson, 2-1 for the team. Mark Sipix on Azalea, also 2-1. You got to assume that, well, this matchup here is so pivotal for both teams. Their team life on the line here. Going forward, looks like a come to fight in hand. No, sorry, feisty locals in hand for the Benji player.
There was a come to fight in hand on
Mark's side, yeah. Giving a +1 to this, and it's going to be a 5 attack.
Sure.
So still, breakpoints are important here in this game as you're kind of just whittling your opponent down.
You can see Bruce thinking long and hard. The joke locally is his name is Bruce, so it's going to be hard, even though his name's right in front of me, to call him the right thing. He is coming in thinking about what he's going to block with, what he can keep for the next turn. A lot of people going with Benji over Katsu today, we're noticing on stream as well.
I feel like unpreventable damage or unblockable damage is
so good.
It's something that you can lean on. It's, like I said, quasi-dominate to a degree. Now you got to go low to the ground. If your pool is Benji-centric, which you might assume it will be because of all the blues and yellows you're going to open for these ninja cards, and you want to be able to make use of Benji's ability.
Benji happily dropping to 10, playing, I believe, a yellow plunge to start it off. I think he's having a problem finding a die with low enough numbers.
Yeah, you're going to have to go with the block attacks and just saying, yeah, dude, it's garbage.
Bryce, you can't hear me, but we appreciate you trying to make it easier on us. The attack definitely has dominated, it looks like.
Well, it's the unblockable, right, because of the ability.
Sure,
so 2's going to go through, which means that this Kodachi here is actually a 2-spot Kodachi. 2 damage. And again, Flesh and Blood saying, if you need to put a 2 attack on a dice, well, it's not worth us printing or producing a die of that amount of sadness. So
now this
2 attack, yeah.
This 2 is blockable despite Benji's ability, though, because it does have to be an attack action card.
That's correct. So cover it up while you can, because there will be a situation where Benji is going to create an attack that is just too ugly for you to...
And with how happily Benji accepted that damage, you got to think there is a lot that you're not going to be able to block coming through here.
Moving forward. Can't block what you can't see. Benji, the piercing wind, able to pierce through with that damage, as it is just, like we mentioned, unblockable.
We got a blue feisty locals, which again should be another one that just not much you can do about.
Can't do it. Won't do it, frankly, as feisty locals, a 0-cost attack. Great for, a blue like that. Great for pitching into Kodachis, but hey, let's just tickle you for a little bit more. So now we see what Benji is capable of. Now we see what Benji wants to do, which is, in this case, basically just sort of leaking the damage because there's no decision to be made. So a yellow Ravenous Rabble, revealing a yellow off the top. 2 go again. Benji at 10 here. eventually he's going to
Absolutely.
have to make decisions in terms of what to block with.
You know, just based on the play we've seen, Benji's actually considering what to block with this turn, so maybe we're not going to see as much heat as we did last turn from him. But as long as you keep one of those blues, you can still get those Kodachi hits in, and they add up over time.
Ravenous Rabble. A reprint. We saw cards like Scar for a Scar get reprinted in Uprising. Now we get Ravenous Rabble getting the reprint. And a yellow Surging Strike. That's a 4-go again.
Sure.
That you're just giving up here. These Surging Strikes have been free-wheeled and dealed.
Azalea going to use the bow's ability to turn a card face up in her arsenal. Looks like a big hit. It's a red arrow. I believe a red skyward shot coming in for 6.
And
Vambrace is unfortunately not giving a lot of options for Benji at this moment, but still a pretty cool piece of equipment to have opened in a sealed environment.
well, I mean, the Vambrace gives you the opportunity to prevent a prevention.
Absolutely.
You know?
Which, if somebody prevents your unpreventable damage, preventing that prevention might just win you the game. I think. I said prevention a lot. So
I don't know.
I'm going to assume what I said was accurate.
I don't know. That is a level of
They didn't cover that in Permanente University, unfortunately.
No, that was an elective. I took underwater basket weaving instead. It seemed like it was a better option for me in the future.
For an actual non-joke, I was forced to take a gym credit to finish my college degree at Penn State, and I had to take a 6 a.m. racquetball course, and I was deemed so dangerous to the other players, they agreed to give me a C if I never showed up again.
Dude, that is awesome.
It was the dream. I was able to actually sleep for my last semester.
And what's funny that you should say about that, in college, I took a squash course where I wasn't great, but my teacher said, in all my 30 years of teaching, I have never heard someone curse so creatively.
That's a great compliment.
It was amazing. Our squash courts had these overlooking areas where people can watch the games from above. I had so many people watching me play that I didn't know because they loved to hear how I cursed. I lost every game I played, but I developed a fanfare because I cursed in like an artist, apparently.
I'm digging deep for his name. I think that makes you the Pete Sampras of squash. Was he the one for tennis?
No, it wasn't Pete Sampras.
Who was the cursing one?
McEnroe.
McEnroe.
It was McEnroe. Yeah, McEnroe was the bad boy of tennis. If you want to say that, that's a thing you can say.
It's not only a thing I could say, but it is a new life goal.
Yeah, it's like saying you're the spiciest ketchup. It just doesn't matter. So here's a Kodachi rolling in. The very reliable, trusty weapon of the ninja. That has actually wheeled itself into Phi. Kodachi Phi getting a lot of love.
Of course, go again, but I appreciate the indicator for us. Azalea thinking hard about whether or not to block this.
I mean, you got 14, but if there's a card that's going to do nothing in your hand, I mean, is this really what you want to be respecting? How many cards are left is another important thing to figure out. Hey, let's just make use of some of the blocks, the opts that come with them as well.
Opting to block with that helm, whose name escapes me, but I do remember Breezy's wife, HB, did an amazing cosplay of it. Coming in for another one, taking it, all right.
No problem.
I think that's the whole turn from Benji.
Yeah, unassuming. It seems like the ninja players have actually fallen relatively flat, or the Benjis rather. They haven't necessarily been able to put together those real nasty attacks, those 3 or 4 wide, unblockable attack patterns that really erode and just wear away at a life total, and all you can do is just grin and bear it, as it were. And Mark Sipix versus Don't Call Me Bruce Hutchison.
But he wants to be called Bruce.
Oh. I don't know if you're lying to me.
No, he's embraced it. Everybody's phone, for a reason I can't explain, autocorrects, whether it's Android, Apple or whatever the other ones are. It always turns Bryce to Bruce, so he's just kind of learned to live with it.
The only Bryce I ever met in my life when I played baseball. I think he was on my team when I was like 10 or 11 years old, and he was a big dude for that age.
Well, I'll introduce you to your second Bryce today.
He sucked. Don't know how else to say it. How could you be that big and not hit a ball out of the infield? I don't get it. But there was a blind YOLO style Azalea bringing in a red come to fight, pairing it up for a big 10 dominate. These are the days of our lives, if you will. Because if you're caught with only 2 blocks, well, this might be curtains. Is there any solace you can take off the back of one of your equipment pieces? Well, yes, but it's dominated, was it not? No, it wasn't an arrow. Okay, back it up here. The Azalea move wasn't for an arrow, so it wasn't dominated. It found the come to fight. That's my bad. But we're going to give up a whole lot of shaking going on here to bring that Benji down to 7. That was a big turn.
Yeah, it might not be dominated, but still, your whole hand from your opponent, you got to be happy with that if you're Azalea.
It's been a while since I've been happy.
It's been a while since I've been Azalea.
Yeah, so here we go. So now we're still on the tracks here. All right, so Benji drawn back up, a 4-card expenditure just to soften the blow. All right.
Flipping over that card in Arsenal.
Having a look-see. It is a Spire sniping, so you do get to take a peek at the top 2 cards, reorder them in whichever way you want. Now, this isn't an opt. They have to stay on top.
It still helps a little bit of setup, maybe make a Ravenous Rabble a little nicer.
Information is important. To quote Newman, when you control the mail, you control information. And we know how successful Newman was.
Arguably, he was the most successful character next to Jerry in terms of a career standpoint on the show.
Hey, he had a government job. He was poised to get that mail route in Hawaii where the air was so dewy sweet you didn't even have to lick the stamps. Ravenous Rabble. It is a particular value with the go again on top. Don't know what he peeled off the top.
I was too busy thinking about Seinfeld.
Yeah, so nonetheless, though, Red Ravenous Rabble, a very powerful card. Great to see in Azalea, obviously. That's where you want to find it. Benji down to 7. Azalea at 13. Nobody wants to give anything for free here. Coming in for the 6 attack. Following this up here again. Representing a huge chunk. And friends, that is dominant.
Been doing a great job of keeping Benji on the back foot. But with this dominated attack, who knows? He may opt to just block with nothing and try to close the game out. Well,
13's a tall task here. It's certainly a mountain to climb here. I would be very, very surprised if you don't throw anything in front of this. You have to soften the blow. If you got a 3-block, toss it in front. You don't know how long left you have, how long you are for this earth if you're Benji. And we saw in the previous game what Benji could do, can't do, should do, won't do. And we're going to throw the Van Brace. We're going to put another card in front of it. Let's go.
Learning math has been the key of the day, just doing it in my head. I think Benji would have at maximum had 8 unpreventable damage, so you're correct. It would not have been enough to close the game out.
No, and
I'm enjoying your secondhand knowledge from Permanente University. It's definitely making me better at things.
Mark Sippets would know this as well. Here's a spring-loaded trap. Anything in hand? That's the question. It's just a 4-spot.
If you're Benji, you got to be trying to think, is this worth blocking? I would think it is. You don't want to drop too low with those dominated arrows potentially coming your way.
Now, spring-loaded trap. Does that?
When it comes out of Arsenal, it's definitely going to get a little bit stronger.
But it costs 1. I'm trying to figure out where the pitch was for this card.
Was there an equipment piece that could have given him a little bit of resource? Oh, it looks like his opponent has the same question.
Yeah, so the beauty of spring-loaded trap is that it costs you 1. If there's no cards left in your hand, it gains +2. As the yellow, +3 as the red. So my suspicion is that that is a yellow, that getting a +2. But where is the card that was pitched for it? Good question. Good question. This is
I do believe the chest piece is what was able to be used for the resource for it.
Yes, so the Silken Gi, you destroy it, the next attack action card you play. So it is a red. Okay, now we're getting all the information here. Basically, the Silken Gi makes the next attack you play -1 attack and -1 cost. So that is a red spring-loaded trap. There was a little bit of missing information there, which kind of threw everything off kilter, but now the pieces fit. Now the Illuminati makes sense.
So we were in a classic TBN scenario, thinking about Newman.
Yeah. Thinking about Newman. You ever have one of those thinking about Newman days?
Every day I'm thinking about Newman.
Best Newman line ever, by the way, is when the whole dog napping situation where the cops finally knock on his door and he shows up all smug. He opens the door and he's like, "What took you so long?" That is the best Newman line and best Newman delivery ever.
Of course, next to his classic catchphrase of "Greetings, Gerald."
Greetings, Gerald. This is a Scout the Periphery yellow. Going to have a little look-see at one of the decks and fire away with, one of the more...
a yellow infecting shot, if I'm not mistaken.
Yellow infecting shot is a nasty order of business here. I believe it is a... is it yellow? It looks yellow to me.
I do believe you're correct. More importantly, it has dominated 7 with that Blood Rot Pox token on the back end. It is not something you want to be staring down if you're Bruce.
No, you do not want to look at this the way that you're looking at it here. You're going to throw a card in front of it as best as you can. 4 goes through a Blood Rot Pox, so that's not going to get you there, but it gets you damn close.
If he's caught without enough resources to pitch to stop that, this could be game.
Blood Rot Pox looming large over the Benji player here. 12 health to play with if you are Azalea. You gotta be happy with this, because even if it's unblockable, you know it's 2 or less. So you gotta feel good about that.
Just coming in with your standard Kodachi to start it off.
Chipping away, chipping away. This is a juncture of the game where the Azalea player is probably thinking, hey, if I can wheel and dominate at some point, that's what I want to do.
If they could pull off another dominate next turn, they're going to be very, very happy.
Trying to have a look here at the equipment pieces as well, as Azalea has maintained a hand piece.
I think those are the toxic tips on the hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Toxic tips.
My nickname in college.
Oh, was it? Toxic tips, not blade cuff. Trying to find these here to give you the precise information of toxic tips, which is basically 4-1, you destroy them, and the next attack action you play gains, when this hits, create a frailty, inertia, or blood rot. So it just makes an attack more ominous, more threatening. But it costs you 1. You got to find the right opportunity to do it. You have to think that the dominated arrow was probably the right time to do it, but if you didn't have anything left to pay for that 1, toxic tips are eventually going to find a great home here. And at the moment, 2 Kodachis are essentially going to be laughed off by the Azalea player, who has got a bloodlust now, wants to finish this off.
And you know at minimum you're going to get 1 card to pay for that Blood Rot Pox token, unless Benji just feels like losing. So you are looking down a turn where maybe you can keep your whole hand and come back with something strong.
Going down to 10 here. Not the scariest of attacks, but
I do believe some unblockable damage coming from Benji.
Azalea looking to close this out here. Hasn't committed any cards. Again, there's a Blood Rot Pox that Benji's going to have to answer for at the end of this turn. It's not lethal, but it gets you as close as you can possibly get here. A card is being hovered. Benji, again, pointing, saying, I don't think you could touch this, bucko. 2 or less. Trying to think of what card that is. The art currently eludes me. It's a dual-class card, a first, as it were, from this particular set, which is nice to see.
Actually, it looks like it came through for 4, dropping Azalea to 6.
That card, if I'm not mistaken, was Was that stab wound?
Stab wound. I'm getting
Stab
stab.
wound.
Yep. I'm playing charades with Sin in the control booth, and he has confirmed stab wound was correct.
Hey, Sin, what's this? That's don't touch my sandwich. I like it the way that it is listed on the menu.
Viewers at home, I can assure you that the hand motion he was making towards his mouth did not make me think he was eating a sandwich.
Piercing Wind. Benji. 3 health left here. Azalea taking it off the chin here mainly because there was no other opportunity, as Stab Wound is a fascinating card. It basically says when it hits, your opponent loses X life, where X is the number of times a dagger has hit. So that Stab Wound that was basically so unassuming at 2 actually represented 4. So making great use of the card, which might be why you're playing Benji over Katsu to a degree.
Absolutely.
For a card maybe like a well-timed Stab Wound. All right, can't block it. Look at this. Benji doing what Benji does best, sneaking in. This now should be a 2-attack dagger.
Absolutely. With go again, and you know at least one more hit's coming your way. Benji is working his opponent into Kodachi lock range.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. That was a yellow plunge, meaning that this attack is actually a 3. Ooh. So a lot better to actually throw a trap in front of this. And hey, trap activated. Or was it? Players playing fast and furious here. Again, this is round number 4 of the RTI, presented by Greentree Sports Card here at the Rezzanine eSports Center. Movie theater, Valorant games going on, a Yu-Gi-Oh
tournament
showdown
behind us. Barbie's playing. What more could you want?
Frailty is going to nerf that last Kodachi.
I think we see a yellow spring-loaded trap from Benji. Or, I'm sorry, a blue one.
Blue spring-loaded trap.
More unpreventable damage.
Yeah, 2. 2 attack, can't block it. If there's no cards in hand, comes in for 3. So much like the previous Benji game, putting up a fight in the last dying seconds of these matchups here. Azalea was looking so pretty, but now we see why constructed Benji had to be toned down, had to lose some toys, because when you can't block, you feel absolutely helpless.
When you're spending those blue, with other characters, you're putting those weaker blue attacks in arsenal to fuel the Kodachis. When they come around for Benji again, that represents a major threat for your opponent and a pretty crucial part of the game. Azalea still thinking over what to do here.
Doing its best, I guess we can say. At the moment now. Trying to just stay alive. You can't block it. Yeah, you got to take it. So, once again, if Benji can survive and prevent an unblockable 2.
Both players are in the position you don't want to be in right now. Who will find their answer first to close this game out? Looks like a red scout the periphery coming from Azalea. You have to be happy with that start.
That's a very good start. Get as tall as possible. Create an uncomfortable scenario. Do what you can. So scout the periphery again, going to have a peek at a card. Also allowing you to beef up your next attack. If it's dominated, you probably can get there. The question is, does Azalea want to, you could, well, what's left in hand here is another question. It's hard to take.
And what did they see on top of their deck? They might have found the answer, they may not have.
But how do you activate the
that's
Azalea?
True.
You
don't have the card in arsenal.
You got 2. Oh, you got plenty of cards. You got 3 cards in hand. Never mind. You can load up, activate Azalea, do some shenanigans. We'll see how this one shapes up. But the first order of business is a scout the periphery. We're going to pitch. We're going to load. Survey says Spire sniping. All right. Have a look at a few cards. Do you like what you see? We're going to see if Azalea is going to be activated to create a dominate effect to perhaps close this out.
Looks like that's exactly what is going to happen.
Firing away. Withering shot. 7. Dominate. Can you get out of this?
I guess there's the possibility that Benji can have some of those damage prevention abilities.
Peace of mind,
Absolutely.
maybe. There are cards in the set that can get you out of this jam. But right now, that isn't Azalea's problem. That's Benji's problem. A 7 dominate looms large over Benji here, potentially closing out this game.
Benji thinking long and hard, trying to see if there's any way they can just survive until the next turn to get that last 2 across to their opponent.
A card's got to be committed here. Wouldn't it be amazing if you just come out with like a peace of mind to just stuff this?
He's not offering the fist bump for good games, so you have to think Benji might have a way to wiggle out.
At this juncture, if I'm this Azalea player and I find this hand at this juncture of the game, I'm like, okay, I got this. And just the fact that, like you mentioned, that the good game wasn't just presented makes me worry, because you could potentially lose this matchup. If Benji presents a 2 or less that can't be blocked from hand, what a turnaround.
Right.
What a comeback for Benji.
And so we're committing a card to block, and then
It is a piece of mind.
Wow.
Holy crap.
Could not have come in more clutch.
Wow. What timing on that. That is just the stars aligned here for Benji. Azalea had it in the bag. A 7 dominate.
Oh, my
coming
word.
in with a 2 attack. Seek Horizons can't be blocked.
We just have to. Does Azalea have their They do still have some armor left. We forgot about the armor to block. We got a little excited.
But hold on. Was a card put on top for the go again?
I do believe it was.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, full credit to the Benji player to get out of that, but also full credit to the Azalea player for putting that onus on the Benji to have it. Sometimes you just got to put him into the skill check position.
Bruce is fully on the loose. Let's see if he can close out the game.
All right. Looks like there's no other actions here. Down to 1 goes Mark Sifix. Bruce, don't call me Bryce, but actually call me Bryce Hutchison.
Just an unbelievably well-timed card in that arsenal.
And you know that card made the cycle a few times, actually, and found it at the right time. A Ponder token. Looks like it's all she wrote for that particular turn. I think what Benji's saying here is, if I can just survive one more arrow and present a 1 attack that isn't my Kodachi, that's game. But what a turn this is turned out to be.
No cards left in deck. This is incredible. All right, Azalea making sure, thinking long and hard. Doesn't know. Oh, getting a little help from their teammates. Great.
This is, again, a team-sealed event.
That's true.
You are able to get you're able to get some advice, some counseling from your teammates.
Under normal circumstances, seeing a third hand appear would be pretty alarming, but when you have your teammate by your side, it's not the end of the world.
Yes, these aren't.
All right.
Well,
step 1, is this gonna be the dominate that ends the game?
Spire sniping. Look for the top of the deck. Do you find an arrow here? Can you dominate another arrow? And is that dominated arrow tall enough? We'll find out in just a second here. Can't quite make out what he's looking at. Benji.
Both players just in a very precarious position here.
Oh, just a magical way to just get out of that jam not a turn ago. Such a high-stakes game here. Nobody wants to lose this one. We don't know whether this game is going to be the deciding factor, but you have to assume here, as the other games I think are done, this is really...
I think I do see all of the teammates focusing on the center of the table, so we may be in a situation where this play is going to decide who goes on and who can potentially get that record to get in the top still.
Yep. Like a porterhouse with a blunt. It's high stakes.
That was just amazing.
Thank you.
I'm rendered speechless. Good job.
You're welcome.
And that's what I want later, so perfect. I know what restaurant I need to go to.
2 floating. Card in arsenal. It is a Spire sniping. Mark had a peek at the top 2 cards of the deck.
Not quick to use that Azalea ability. Maybe he didn't find an arrow.
Well, or you find an arrow that isn't tall enough.
True.
In which case, is the Spire sniping the better option here? And in which case, like the circumstances are you need to create an attack that is going to not just. It's not about dominate. It's about how many cards can I get out of my opponent, and if they're left with a 1 attack, I lose. I just flat out lose.
We see a Seek Horizon. I do believe a card went on top of the deck, so Go Again is active here, giving Benji a lot to think about.
Seek Horizon 3, Go Again, card back on top of the deck. If that's a bigger arrow, you might want to send that one.
Absolutely.
Dominated. But again, you now on the Benji side, you're thinking 2 Go Again. If that arrow that was put on top is a 5 and it becomes dominated, I need to make sure that I am left with a block that can make it happen. But it looks like you're blocking with a 2 block here. Going down to 2 makes for a basically almost a guarantee win if you can send a 5 dominate here. But we thought it was in the bag not too long ago.
A true emotional roller coaster, this game.
All right, well, here comes the old switcheroo. It's for a yellow arrow. We're going to put an aim counter on it. It is going to be 4 dominated, throwing a 3 in front, taking 1. Now the question is, does Bryce have a unblockable card? Because he is now down to 2 left. He's going to present a
unblockable
blue.
Head jab. Unbelievable, unbelievable finish to this round.
Wow, that is a phenomenal.
It looks like we... I do believe.
Here, you lead us in.
Sure. Welcome back again. Thank you guys for staying with us. We are about to start on round 5 of the Outsiders Team Sealed Greentree Sports Cards RTI at Mezzanine eSports Lounge. Looks like we are coming into a 4-0 versus 2-2 team. I do believe we've had some draws and drops today, making this pairing. And we are seeing a Benji mirror between two pretty strong players. Robin and Pat are both no strangers to a competitive game.
Yeah, this is going to be a matchup where going first is going to be a big advantage, especially if you have a well-constructed Benji list. As you can see, Robin Avenoso is just going crazy here, throwing in as much defense as possible. Pat Eschke doesn't want to fall too low because we've seen it in the past, that incredible comeback win by the Benji player in round 4. So gotta block where you can.
That unpreventable damage just becomes such a problem, especially in later games. So both players already starting sub-20 health. It's not a situation they want to find themselves in, that's for sure.
4-0, Robin Avenoso. Probably more or less locked in here, but still don't want to give any freebies, as it were. As Pat Eschke, a mainstay in the classic constructed ranks here as a top 8 threat at almost every major tournament that he's at.
Pat Eschke is also one of our local players here in Pittsburgh and just a genuinely nice person. My first actual ever Armory game of Flesh and Blood was versus him while he was on Starvo, and I still kept playing.
Okay. And I still kept playing. So 2 attack here, again, unblockable from hand, unless you've got some secret spice, a brush off, or something silly coming in from Arsenal. Well, nope. We're just gonna go ahead and call for it here as the Benji is online with the second attack coming in for a +1, but again, still unblockable.
2 resources left, so at worst, we're going to see 2 Kodachi swings, but there could be a lot more in store from this turn as well. You got to figure a 4-0 team, that Benji deck has got to be fairly potent. Yeah,
this matchup is could be over real quick depending on the builds of both players, as Pat Eschke is cobbling it together here. Robin is thinking about it. Definitely, there's got to be something in hand here that you can potentially block, like a brush off or a peace of mind or something. Question is, when do you want to use it?
Pat's thinking hard. Perhaps he does have one of those answers in hand.
So once again, these Benji mirrors, anything that has a base 2 or less cannot be blocked with a card from hand. And should one of those attack action cards actually connect, next attack, +1.
Well, the +1 from Benji's ability with the on-hit, does that factor into the unblockable? Like if it pumps it to 3, or does it go off of the base attack only?
It's oh wait, maybe it is. Maybe it's not the base. Again, Benji to me is a little bit of a mystery at times. So we're just cruising through.
We're learning together in some circumstances here.
All right. So again, if you're looking at the records and wondering what the hell is going on, well, there's some ties, some drops, a whole bunch of stuff here. As we're going to eventually, at the end of this round, cut to the top 4.
And then the gloves come off. The teammates are now enemies.
All right, rocking and rolling here. Benji, the piercing wind.
Looks like Benji has This is but potentially non-blockable attack. I do believe it's a red card that is coming in for over 2. Robin is figuring out what is best to do here. Or I'm sorry, Pat is trying to figure out what is best to block with.
It's been quite a day, again, just sort of rewinding it and bringing it back to Outsiders, which it's been a while since we've played it, drafted it, played sealed or whatnot here. 6 heroes that you can kind of choose from. We haven't seen a Katsu.
I think we saw a Katsu round 1, but the rest of the ninjas we saw have been Benji.
We haven't seen an Arachne.
That's true. We have not seen a single Arachne all day. All the assassins have been Uzuri, at least from our point of view. All right, looks like we're following up with the Kodachi here.
Before attack gets met here, the Kodachi is a second order of business, and they do become annoying here. It's really difficult to justify expending a card to block it here, but that seems to be the way to go. Another one cuts through here, finishing it off. Look at this. These are pretty potent attacks here, blocking as best as you can, and cards just being shed like crazy.
Pat playing very defensively. Perhaps he's waiting until he finds some specific cards in his deck to go on the offensive here. And now we have some unblockable coming from Pat's side.
Yeah, again, this is Seek Horizon. You can put a card back on top to give it go again, but the main story is that it is a 2 attack. It is unblockable. So, moving forward, continuing onward.
Tied game with both Benji players, both skilled players. Not a position I would want to be in myself. You never know what either of them are going to be throwing at you.
All right, let's open it up here. I believe this is Plunge 2.
And if I'm not mistaken, is this the one that'll make the dagger attacks more potent as well if it hits?
Yeah, I wonder it's... Okay, so this is a brush off, is going to prevent that damage. So again, it's not a block, it's a damage prevention effect, which otherwise would have made the next dagger a 3 attack, which would have been a nastier order of business. So these brush offs are very important here. We're coming in with a blue Surging Strike, 3 go again. So this is perfectly blockable.
The thing you have to be thinking about if you're Pat is how can you just respond next turn? Maybe this is one he's going to want to let through. He has been playing a pretty defensive game thus far.
Thinking about it here, again, in this particular matchup, especially against the Benji, you have to covet that life total, protect it when you can. Eventually, that won't be a decision that you'll have to make. It'll just be made for you. We saw in the round number 4 a very valiant comeback from the opponent, from the Benji player, against a very, very nasty Azalea, circumventing a massive dominated what was looking like a kill shot, actually finding a peace of mind just to sort of cover it up when necessary. Right now, though, the Benji player, Pat Eschke, versus the Benji player, Robin Avenosa.
I still cannot believe the timing of that peace of mind. You couldn't have wrote it better.
No, it was perfectly timed, and you know that was the one that was actually cycled through the deck once or twice, perhaps, and finding it at the right spot is important here. As a Kodachi follows that Surging Strike, we haven't really found any of those combo lines. So here is a Kodachi, 4-1. Both of these heroes starting at 17.
I'm not even sure those combo lines they might just be an added bonus if you're Benji. Just the ability to weave in some bigger hits in between those smaller unblockable ones just creates a lot of problems for your opponent.
All right, well, this is definitely blockable if you can. And we're going to throw some cards in front of this as best as possible. We're going to take some damage down to 4. Taking 2, down to 8. Pat Eschke on the receiving end. Pat Eschke's team at 2-2, though. Doesn't seem like that's the record you want, but they're playing anyways. You're here. Let's play.
You got to figure Robin's team sitting at 4-0 probably would like to end the Swiss rounds with a perfect record, but they have to be feeling pretty good going into the finals as well. Another compliment on the card sleeve meta. Pat looks to be using some sort of moth fox dragon.
That's sure, Robin, I think.
I'm sure. Oh, that is Robin. I'm so sorry. I'm sure Greg will text us and let us know what they are shortly.
It's the Runaways sleeve for Pat Eschke.
All right, Pat's thinking hard about what to do about these Kodachi swings. Perhaps he's just trying to block the damage he know he'll be able to block because Benji will be answering with some almost definite unblockable hits soon.
Thinking about it again, these are every little point matters here, as we've seen all day, where sometimes it just comes down to it. So one Kodachi here, one float. Looks like it's just going to be taken. Going down to 7 is Pat Eschke. Following this up with, okay, it is not a Kodachi, but it is unblockable.
And then I'll set up an even larger Kodachi swing next turn. Or, I'm sorry, next chain link.
So that there is spinning wheel kick, a 2 base. It wants to connect with Twin Sisters or spinning wheel kick.
Pat's giving it some armor, making sure that he can prevent some of that damage from getting through.
Make use of it while you can. That is the right way.
Now that Kodachi only coming for 1 instead of 2, so a pretty smart play on Pat's part.
And the spring-loaded trap. This is a yellow, so
this card has done a lot of work in the games we've seen today.
I like this card. By finding this card I was always happy to open this card in like sealed events for sure. I was very, very happy to find spring-loaded traps. I thought it was pretty decent.
Ending with your hand empty is what buffs that, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
That's correct. If you have no cards in hand, it gets a little bit of a buff. So still worthwhile. It's coming in for 4 if there's no cards left in hand.
Pat definitely running some math in his head, trying to figure out what the best course of action. Does he let the damage get through and try to push back on the next turn, or does he play defensively and wait out whatever it is he can answer with?
I mean, to me, sometimes the logic against a Benji player is you block what you can block, because eventually that is not going to be an option for you. So
Absolutely.
You have to send cards in front of what is available for you. If you just let this go and go down to 2, the next attack that comes your way can potentially just ruin everything. I think the thought process here for Pat is, what do I want to hang on to? What am I going to keep in my hand here? I need to preserve life because this is an opportunity for me to actually play the game, to actually block this attack out.
Still trying to figure out what to do about that 4 damage. All right, it looks like we'll be just putting 1 card in front of it, so we'll let a little bit of it... Oh.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, the best idea comes late in the evaluation process, as it were.
Not to brag, I've lost dozens of games to Mr. Eschke over our armories here in Pittsburgh, and even when faced with a foe like me that's not threatening, he still thinks every turn out.
All right, so he is just going to go ahead and sign for this one. I think he's got one hell of a haymaker that he wants to send back and make it count. So Pat Eschke starting it off, sending the love towards Robin Avenoso.
Giving Robin some time to figure out how she's going to respond to this, because it is a blockable attack coming in from Benji. It looks like 1 card is going to go in front of it. You got to feel pretty comfortable with an 11-2 life total.
That was a hurl that began. It's a 3 go again.
Looks like we have a blue twin twisters coming. So that should represent more damage that can't be blocked. Pat bringing Robin down into single digits. Here comes another MVP card, another spring-loaded trap. This one red.
Another spring-loaded trap coming in from the old-fashioned way, as it were. Just it doesn't, I think. Oh no, there's no cards in hand, so let's get a little bit of a bonus on this one. Pat Eschke doing his very best to make a game out of this. Earlier on, just taking all the damage in order to find a way, find an avenue to make a game out of this. And doing a great job here, finding the right tools to just send it back Robin's way, to perhaps turn the tables here and squeak out a win.
Robin, no stranger to these events, definitely knows the Pat could be up to something, making sure she thinks out her entire turn. I did that one well, before committing any cards to the block, and it looks like she's just going to take the damage.
Okay, down we go. Down to 3. You're not in, like, guaranteed lethal spot here, but if you've got something like that. Oh, all right, find it. So there's a brush off that's going to fix that problem, but we're not done yet here. Pat Eschke looking to stay alive here at 2. Benji can end the game if necessary. But at the same time here, FABTCG finding that opportunity to just sort of sweep the leg, as it were, with the brush off, just sidestep the kill shot.
Those life totals very, very quickly coming into a range that both players are matched with. It looks like we're talking about what's going on with our team. See, one of Pat's teammates is, I believe you called him the Intercontinental Wrestling Champion, Gary Gold, which is a true 80s WWF name.
Oh, no, that is absolutely, yeah, no, that is for sure that. All right, we're just going to go ahead and throw cards in front here because that's what you got to do.
Pat, knowing the second Kodachi was coming, blocking it before it even made it to the combat chain.
All right, check this out. This is a yellow head jab for 2. Unblockable.
And buffing the next attack. So that is going to drop Robin to 1 and put this in a very scary position for her.
Well, what do you have? That's the question. Oh, no, it is a blue Ravenous Rabble.
It looks like it found a blue.
Okay, so that is no, it found a yellow. So it does come in for 1.
And then with Benji's ability buffing it, it looks like that's game.
Wonderful. There it is. Incredible game by FABTCG, taking the damage early on and just sort of making that decision that actually just created that opening to win that particular match. Benji versus Benji is to a degree a game of chicken in a certain sense because, like we mentioned, blocking where you can is sometimes the only option, but other times you just got to say, you know what? Let's go for it. Let's play some cards.
You know, even Robin's still got to be feeling good for her team with the 4-0 record. And it looks like we will be coming back to you shortly with, I believe, the draft of the finals, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
Semi-final draft.
Yep. Don't go too far.
We'll see you soon.
That's what happens when you don't get the count in. Yeah.
For anyone who was wondering, there's an exciting drag show next week here in Pittsburgh, so go see Victoria Black if you're in town.
All right, so it's going to be Katsu versus Benji, Robin Avenoso versus Jeff Stam. So we've got the Benji player that I think, fell to PABTCG last round. There's a 6th round, a bonus round, as it were.
Yes, surprise. We thought it was 5.
Might not be the might not be the lightning round, but we shall see as we're beginning here with a Be Like Water into the Gi. That is going to make this cheaper but less potent, but still, we're going to do our best here. Kadachi, is this worth the cards? It's a good question here. Looks like Robin is perfectly content to just go ahead and write the score down, going down to 15. All right, so that was it. I mean, like, Jeff, putting in some work, getting rid of some of that equipment while you can, and bringing Robin down to 15 to open this one up.
I do think we see a nice matching pair of cold foil Kodachis on Jeff Stam's end as well.
Matching Kodachis. Are they pointed the right ways?
Of course, yes. They're pointed in the right directions.
Because that makes a big difference to some people. You have to make, you can't come in with 2 facing the wrong way. A blue Surging Strike is a 3 go again into a Descendant Gust Wave. So comes in a little bit cheaper, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's Descendant Gust Wave.
Yep. And I do believe it is some damage that Jeff will have the opportunity to block, which I'm sure he will be happy to do so.
Bonus, when you're able to actually interact with these attacks, it's always helpful to stay alive. I'm really curious how Katsu is going to approach this, if it's going to be very defensive, leaning on the Kodachis here, knowing that Benji can, at any point, just explode for free damage, as it were. And we're going to throw some cards in front of this, a Kodachi finishing off the attack chain, and it looks like, yeah, just like it began. No, other way. Other way, Jeff. Jeff trying to catch us off guard there, catch us sleeping.
A little secret ninja tech just turned the damage into healing. Starting off on Jeff's side with the Kodachi. Probably how we're going to see almost every turn started from both sides of the table here.
Sometimes we see them actually close out the combat chains, which is fascinating as well. But, I mean, the old school logic, the old attack pattern delta was go Kodachi into threatening something with a mask. We don't do that anymore. That's old school.
Back in my day.
Yes, back in your day when Mask of Momentum was like the scariest card that you could have.
Depending on the matchup, it still feels pretty scary sitting across from it.
Oh, it still is.
It looks like we're
full on agree.
Yellow Be Like Water, I believe, coming from Robin's side of the table.
2. That's a 2 spot, so that you cannot block this from hand, if I'm not mistaken. Be Like Water also kind of like a Swiss Army knife in terms of what you want it to be. It could be anything. It could even be a boat, but that one is essentially opting to, I think, did they pay for that? I believe Robin paid into it to make it, I guess, the other part of, is it a Twin Twisters? Is it a head jab? It's not a Surging Strike, so looks like they're opting to select Twin Twisters, so meaning that the other spinning wheel kick finally gets a little bonus here.
Big block from Katsu, still taking that damage from the Kodachi.
And the other Kodachi.
Bringing this game to an almost tied score.
So the full block here, it basically turned that spinning wheel kick into a 6 attack, but also gave it the on-hit effect of put it at the bottom of the owner's deck. You don't want to put a 4 go again. You don't want that card to come back, so you have to respect it. And away it goes, gone, but not forgotten.
It seems like we're drawing back up and passing back to Katsu's turn.
All right, Katsu.
Oh, don't worry, Flake. I was able to do some scouting in between rounds. Those sleeves are actually a fox fairy, and it's adorable.
Oh, I didn't know that they were breeding fox fairies now.
I don't know if this is maybe it was wild, not bred in captivity. Who knows?
It should be. It should be. I feel like breeding animals for profit is a yucky practice, but still. That said, friends, let's again, the Ninja Assault is relentless. It might be low to the ground.
Given some equipment to just mitigate some of that damage. I believe more unblockable coming in with that blue head jab.
Yeah, it is another head jab that followed that deadly duo. Unblockable, unblockable. We love to see it. And finally, hey, more damage. This one, if I'm not mistaken, because a lot of these ninja cards look the same. That's a 1-2 punch.
Okay.
It's a blue, so it comes in for 1. It does follow head jab. So head jab essentially is the combo starter for 1-2 punch. And the combo effect for a 1-2 punch is that if it does hit a hero, deal 2 damage to them. So a nice sneaky way to turn a little attack into a little bit more of a sting.
It looks like Katsu is starting it off. That looks like a red surging strike.
It is, and I believe there's a descended gust wave to follow this up. So no matter how you slice it and dice it, this surging strike is going to be problematic. But look at that. We're going to go ahead
cover the whole damage up, I believe.
Oh, with a very efficient blue pitch block with a Peace of Mind, the Ponder token helpful as well. So again, good timing. The Peace of the Peace of Minds have found really good timing. Kadachi.
Peace of Mind, maybe the MVP card on today's stream. Every time we've seen it used, it has definitely changed the course of the game, absolutely making Katsu rethink what he's going to be doing on this turn. Yeah,
that's usually a good sign of a good block, is when basically you've changed the entire future of what like Benji was particularly going to block the Katsu was going to attack in a certain way, but now it's like, all right, we got to rethink our lives here. Maybe I want to become an electrician. Like, there's a whole different avenue that you might be considering now.
I've been punched so hard that I've changed careers as well, so I completely understand. Starting it off with a blue Twin Twisters from Benji, definitely going to cause some unblockable damage, and more importantly, buff that next attack as well. So even it could, we got something bigger coming in. I think that's a spring-loaded trap with an empty hand and the +1 from Benji's previous strike.
That's a big one too. So that is going to be a 6 attack. Looking to give some cards up here. What do you want to give up? Tough question here for Jeff Stam, because this is very much a game where if you're on the back foot, it's hard to catch up. We've seen comebacks. We have seen the tables turned on some of these players in very dire circumstances. So it's not over by any means. And one way that you can claw back in is finding efficiency out of a blue pitch, turning it into a Kadachi for 1.
We got the second Kodachi coming in now, whittling away at Benji's life totals, trying to bring them a little more even, but Benji still, just by being here at the table, presenting that unavoidable, unblockable damage from their hand. And from what we've seen from Robin's deck from last round, there is going to be a lot of it still lurking in there.
1-1. This one on the stack over here. Again, cold foil Kodachis. They don't do more damage.
The style points,
physically,
though.
Exactly. It's psychic damage to a degree.
Jeff Stam is a purveyor of fine cold foil and expensive cards as well, so I wouldn't be shocked if he has a lot more of them sitting at home.
Oh, excuse me. Must be nice.
It must be. Let's find out where he lives. Chat, if anyone knows.
Just, no, doxing, friends. We don't do that here.
I'm getting a thumbs down from the production booth.
Oh man, it's like Caesar is high up in his on his throne, giving you the thumbs down.
You'll notice we're no longer insulting people over sandwich choices. That's because John himself from Greentree Sports Cards has stepped into the producer role.
Yeah, I feel like we're kind of just like we're the jesters for the king,
Sure.
But as it stands,
way to pump his ego.
This Ninja Duel is eroded these life totals down to 7 to 6. Kodachis have been putting in work, but Benji, with that ability to just sneak under the radar with a lot of these attacks that are 2 or less, can become dangerous. You're at 6 now, so hey, there's one of them. That's another one that you just got to sort of wave at it as it drives by. Like, you missed the bus on this one, so what are you going to do? Jeff Stam holding on to some potency of his own. There's a head jab. There's a ravenous rabble. But like I mentioned earlier, you need to take every opportunity to block where you can. You can't just let these go, because at a certain point, Benji's just going to slide it under the door and you cannot do anything about it. So,
what an exciting way to end out the Swiss rounds watching as well. Jeff Stam, a member of our team, Smash with Greentree. We always love seeing them. But Robin Avenoso is not somebody that you necessarily want to underestimate. She was undefeated going into the last round of the Rainbow X Pitch League.
Oh, following this off, this looks like another nasty little attack here. This one should be blockable, if I'm not mistaken. So again, the Twin Twisters. Is it sisters or twisters?
Twisters, and then it goes into the yellow kicky card because I can't read what it is.
Oh, the yellow kicky card.
That's
That is
what it
the
looks like.
I believe that is the scientific term for it.
Mm-hmm.
But we will get you the actual name of the yellow kicky card, because yeah, you're right. It is it's back heel kick is what
Okay,
it's called.
I suppose that works
Yeah,
too.
it's the yellow back heel kick, which if Twin Twisters was the previous attack, if back heel kick would gain would gain attack, it gains that much +1. But this one is just a 2. It's just 2 off the base. It's not actually gaining any attack.
Dropping Katsu to 1, not the position you want to be in against Benji. As long as Robin can make it through this turn, she is almost guaranteed to be able to push just a little bit of unpreventable damage through.
Well, you got to find the spice for it first. You got to survive first, and here's the first salvo here to just salvage the game. Jeff Stam with a Kodachi into a Kodachi. You've heard this story before. It is the prologue to what exactly?
I believe it looks like a yellow. Is that a Descendant Gustwave?
Looks to me like that is a Descendant Gustwave. That is correct. That has built-in go again. It's going to cost you 1, but it's coming in for 2. Go again.
Robin putting 2 in front of it with a blue Ravenous Rabble.
And that is met by a we're finding it here. Again, it's been very rare to find actual combo lines. The Bonds of Ancestry here, it is blue, however, but it does come in at a discount, and it's just a 2 attack. So it's not scary.
One of the combo lines we saw from a ninja this game came from Benji and not Katsu, which is where you would expect it from.
No, this is Katsu.
Oh, I meant earlier in the round. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah, no, you're good. So, again, Descendant Gustwave didn't have the Surging Strike ahead of it to really superpower it. However, we're still making waves here. As, like you mentioned, Robin just needs to go ahead and shove a 1 attack, a base 1.
We're truly making gust waves here, not just regular ones.
I will power bomb you through this table.
I look forward to it.
That's 1 less that we're going to have to take apart later.
Fantastic. Power bombing through all of them.
All right, so bringing Robin down to 3. But again, if Robin has something to just slam out there, well, we'll find out in a second. You're opening with a Kodachi. I mean, if you have the juice, then you have the juice. I'm just really wondering.
Robin is no slouch. She definitely knows there's damage prevention that could potentially be lurking in that deck. She wants to get as many cards out of hand as she can before she potentially comes in with the killing blow.
That's
it. And we see the fist, the bump, and he went up to 2 and now down to 0.
Yeah, a little. Sometimes you can catch him off guard with that one. Be like, oh, that's a gain life card. No, it is not. That is all she wrote there. Is again, Benji can kind of just, like I said, sneak it under the door at the 11th hour where necessary. You can't go down to 2 against Benji. You just put a card down, and all of a sudden it's lights out.
And a pilot like Robin too, they make it look easy. It's just not necessarily the simplest thing to pull off something so clean like that. That was a good victory, and I'm not sure I could have been able to do it given the same deck.
I am willing to say that I could not have.
I still don't understand ninjas. I don't know what they do. Just let me play Wizard. I'm a happy camper.
That's disgusting, equally so. All right, so 6 rounds of Swiss in the books. There is going to be a cut to top 4 where the players will be drafting. They're going to be at least now being a little bit more selective of what cards they get. So I think we're going to see a little bit more cohesion in the decks that we're going to be looking at.
Absolutely.
There's going to be a lot less sort of slapstick action in terms of cobbling together some sort of weird contraption. But that said, top 4 is going to be coming up, and on the line are invites to the Realm Brawl. Sorry, not the Realm Brawl, the Realm Rumble. The Realm Rumble in December at 20K. And as well as all kinds of stuff. Hey, bragging rights, but draft is coming up soon.
And what we're going to do, we'll be coming in and out, telling you about some of the spoiler cards that have come out. We will also be doing a couple giveaways, and then we will be hopefully watching the draft and seeing the finals.
Beauty. All right, don't go too far. We'll be right back. Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is draft time. As the Swiss rounds are all completed, the top 4 teams have essentially ascended to this next spot, which is going to be draft. And it's a unique situation here, Jeff, because it's going to be the 2 top 4 teams are going to be in 2 separate draft pods. So it's pods of 6, and then they're going to be drafting outsiders. Those decks are going to be, again, taken where it's going to be 3v3 like we're used to already for the whole day, and there we go.
So this is pretty interesting then. So they're no longer going to be sharing a card pool now that they're getting to the finals. They'll actually be drafting individual decks to use together as a team. Does that mean we might see some repeat heroes, or are we still going to see the 1, 2, 3 that we have been?
It's going to be, there's a possibility of repeat heroes, obviously. There's
Okay.
6. So the thing about it is that you're sitting at a draft pool of 6. There's 6 different unique heroes in the actual pool. Really, in terms of from class perspective, you're really taking from a pool of you're sharing a pool potentially. If everyone does it correctly, as is usually said, then there should be 2 ninjas, 2 assassins, 2 rangers, and everybody singing Kumbaya with a fairly decent deck, frankly.
So there may be a possibility that we could break the rule structure of the original Seals rounds where everybody had to have a different unique hero. We might see some repetition on the same team.
It's possible. It's possible. You might have 2 players who are on the same team, both within the ninja pool, because they're at the opposite ends of the table. It's completely possible that that's the way. Again, I don't know how they're going to be communicating within this, saying like, hey, you know, like sort of little wink, wink, nudge, nudge, I'm doing this, you're doing this. But again, that's what it's going to come down to. Again, what's at stake here? Well, there's some cash at stake, but ultimately the top 2 teams are going to be getting Realm Rumble invites for a major tournament happening in December 1st to 3rd, $20K on the line.
That's a lot of money.
That's a decent amount.
Just to recap, too, the top-seeded team was led by Robin Abenoso. No surprise, we saw her on round the last 2 rounds piloting her Benji deck. Everybody seems to be pretty excited with how they did. They made a pretty long drive down here, so congratulations to them on the first seed. Second seed is led by Kevin Breyer. That's the team with Rhea and some of the people from Team Ascent, I believe. No surprise there that they found their way into the top rounds. Third seed, Bryce Hutchinson, a.k.a. Bruce, and his team, who we saw that amazing play with the Peace of Mind out of Arsenal, which I'm still kind of in shock from. And then Tim Casto's team will be coming in at the 4th seed. So they are currently drafting their decks now.
Yeah, so they're going to be drafting, and then again, it's going to be back to it. And, you know, talking about some of those major plays that we saw, you have to give it to, obviously, that Benji situation, that Benji play, the dominated arrow that got caught up with a Peace of Mind play. I think in terms of some of those matchups, some of those plays that really stick out, that has to be the play of the day.
That's true. Benji and Azalea were both doing a lot of work on their respective teams today. But don't forget, too, it's easy to discount Riptide because of basically every constructed format. But we saw some Riptides on camera put out some pretty heavy damage and do a lot of heavy lifting today, too. Talking to the teams out there, it does not sound like too many people opted to have Arachne in their assassin slot. I think most people wanted to utilize Uzuri's ability to just surprise your opponent and make use out of those generic 6 costs.
Well, in a team environment, you can really have a bigger card pool to really tailor the Uzuri deck to her strengths, which is give her all of the stealth stuff and then give her all of the tall switcheroo. Whatever is left, it doesn't really matter. That's how she's going to be winning games. A couple of spider bites and you're off to the races. Arachne is it might not have the same kind of potency. It might not have the same kind of surprise effect. The go again is cool. Don't get me wrong, but you already have the go agains with something like a ninja. So in my opinion, going Uzuri over Arachne is fine in a team environment. In draft, it could be a whole different story. You're sort of fighting for a card pool with 5 other players in these particular formats.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Arachne, maybe not on camera, but at least at these tables. Like you mentioned, with the draft pool, I think you could just make better use of his ability, and you're not going to have, the other 2 people on your team funneling you the good 6s that you could use Uzuri's ability on.
Agreed. So that's what they're doing right now. Yeah. That's the story. So that's going to be happening in a short order here, and we do have like bright lights and other things that have been sort of trickling in. There's all kinds of cool stuff going on, and
there's definitely. I don't know if you were able to catch this one, Flake. It happened during the last round, but there was a pretty exciting piece of legendary equipment spoiled. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to pull it up on camera, but I think it's the first legendary equipment piece like that you might want more than one copy of in your deck.
that is a fascinating reality.
It's adaptive plating. So first off, this is probably my favorite art that's come out of any Flesh and Blood card in a really long time. It's Carlos Curchaga. We're big fans of him here, just showing the versatility of the artist. He's done a lot of other notable work in the game. So this is a new keyword we're seeing, modular. It can be equipped to any equipment zone, and it has the subtype of the zone it's equipped to. For 0 cost, it'll equip to another zone, and then galvanize, which is another keyword. When it defends, you can destroy an item you control to give it +2 block. This seems very strong.
Well, I'm wondering if this is actually repeatable. How many can you?
That's what I'm curious about.
How many can you break? How many can you destroy in order to actually give it +2? Can it go up to 5? Can it go up to 7? What's the story on this? What's the high end, and when does this work? So this is a very unique piece, and of course, if it's modular and it's not a unique piece, do you want 4 of these? How many items can you break? How defensive can you be? This is opening up a wide margin of creative opportunities here for mech players that really want to, innovate with the hero.
Absolutely. And it's hard sometimes to conceptualize the set in this game where all 3 classes are the same, but just from the spoilers that we've seen so far, there are a lot of unique things that are going to be going on with these 3 characters, and they're adding a lot of different things to the game itself. So yeah, they might all be mechanologists, but it seems like we're going to get a lot of interesting stuff out of it.
Yeah, mech's not my jam, honestly, and I know that there's a lot of concern when it comes to sets that are really tailored towards one class, one talent, but ultimately this might be an opportunity for some people to say, hey, give it a try.
Sure.
And Brian Gottlieb had mentioned that this is certainly a situation where this is a new horizon, as it were, for this class. As it stood, there were really maybe a couple of ways to play. You could play like a control pistol version. You can play a very aggressive dash boost version. But this is a whole different ballgame. Now we're seeing new keywords, the whole crank mechanic, modular.
Scrap, galvanized.
Scrap, galvanized,
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, it's a whole, it seems like they went to just, through the playbook of all kinds of different mechanical terminology and just slapped it on a card.
You mentioned New Horizon for mechanologists. Brian Gottlieb and James White, I know you're watching. Can we have New Horizon for mechanologists? Because I would love to have 2 Arsenal slots.
No.
Okay, well, I got my answer, so we all know how that's going to go then.
That's a big fat no.
Okay, well, I didn't know you worked for the company, but you sound authoritative, so I'm going to trust you.
That's part of it. It's all in the delivery.
No, you just have to issue a stern command, and I'll probably just do whatever it is.
No, you won't.
I know.
See? It worked again. Gotcha. It's that simple.
Unbelievable.
Now, there is a unique environment here because I'm staring down like a wall full of pinball machines. There's a Valorant tournament that's going on. There's all kinds of cool stuff that's happening here. And, what did you find?
I am doing a playmat giveaway for our friends at the Steelblade Showtime podcast. So if you would like this super cute playmat, what you're going to need to do is go ahead and follow me on, what do you call it? Is it Twitter anymore?
I call it Twitter because
I'm not calling it X. So
it just seems it's funny because yesterday I was actually I made a joke at Brian because Brian replied to it or tweeted something, and I just said, I'm like, hey, that's a pretty sweet X you dropped there, and then it just sounded so stupid, and then we all just piled on, and everybody was just saying, yeah, like way to zeke that thing there, buddy. Nice X. Way to X it out.
You re-X'd it so well. Elon Musk, I assume you're also watching. Cut it out. People think I have a porn app on my phone. I have plenty, but I don't want them thinking that one is a porn app.
All right. So while I salvage this opportunity for my career to continue after today, yeah, there is a giveaway, and you are going to tell people how to get involved to win it.
Sure. Just follow me on Twitter at Jeff Ofab, which you'll see on here. And what you're going to need to do is tweet at me how many ingredients you think Sin removed from his sandwich we got at Permanente Brothers yesterday.
Oh, this is going to be fascinating.
Yep.
And here's why I don't want anything to do with this, because there are going to be people who are going to say, well, does this count and does this count? Anything that that leaves room for interpretation, that is always problematic. This is a you thing, Jeff. This might be a learning experience, because somebody's gonna chime in and say, like, well, he didn't get this in there.
If you chime in, you're going to have to tell me the original ingredients on the sandwich he ordered before he modified it in order for me to verify it.
I don't think he mentioned what his original order was.
Then I think I'll be all right.
Okay, cool. Good luck to you, friends. But yeah, check it out. Again, a really cool playmat. I get to see it in person.
I love the art on these. We'll send a set of the stickers too. They provided me with some stickers as well of the characters, so I'll include that with it.
I don't know how they smell things. They don't have noses. You notice that?
Not until this moment, but I doubt I'll be able to think about anything else now.
Yeah, they don't have noses. So
no, that's a mustache.
That's not a nose. That is not a nose. That's a mustache.
That's correct.
Which should be under your nose, but he doesn't have one.
Then how does he know it? All right. This playmat is raising a lot of questions that we're going to actually have to take some time to think about. So I think what we're going to do is take a small break while the draft continues, and then we'll be back in a little bit.
Sounds good to me. I don't argue, especially when it comes to some Sin sandwich drama. So yeah, we'll be back shortly. Don't go too far. Okay, it's time for the top 4. Now the players have drafted. Pods of 6, 2 teams remaining. 4 teams remaining. And again, there's still lots to be had here, lots to be won, as the top 2 teams will get invites to the Realm Rumble, the 20K, in Columbus, Ohio, from December 1st to 3rd here. Starting off, Benji versus Arachne, our first look at Arachne.
We thought we would see him after the draft, and it totally makes sense that we would. We have 2 Smash with Greentree teams facing off against each other right now. A little bit of a heartbreak, too. Someone on Tim Casto's team got a EA cold foil trench in their pool, and they were unfortunately not able to use it for the draft. So
Sucker.
Hey, they still got an expensive card out of it.
Is EA trench that high now?
I have no idea. Let's
That's
find
a
out.
good question. Let's ask all of you speculators out there. The trench, one of the cards that didn't see a lot of play, didn't see much respect, frankly, until probably in the past little while here, as it did finally get some love as the extended art trench, looking at just a little over 150 bones there. So we're starting with the Benji versus Arachne, and you can see different types of slice and dice on both sides. Kodachis versus spider bites.
And we are, looks like, just getting ready to start the round.
Yeah, they're just shuffling up.
Just to remind anybody who isn't as familiar, and you'll see him on the screen too, but we're going to see a lot more go again than we would see with somebody like Uzuri, because Arachne's ability, every time that you're going to play one of those stealth cards, it's just going to immediately have go again the first time each turn. So we're going to see a little wider and a little less trickery than Uzuri when she was on camera.
And these stealth cards, again, if you see stealth with Uzuri, you're just looking at the stealth keyword, as oftentimes it's mostly the switcheroo that you're worried about. For Arachne, there is on-hit potential with those stealth cards. So bump them, baby. We're ready to rock and roll here. It is the top 4 of the RTI event here, presented by Greentree Sports here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You're speaking, you're listening to, rather, an alumni of the Primanti Brothers University. This shirt is like, I keep coming back to it, because it's just so good. It's just, I don't know how else to explain it. But this sandwich was good. The shirt was good. John, who got this shirt for me, this is probably the best thing that I'm taking home with me.
I would love to paint you all a picture right now. Even though he knows we are not currently able to be seen on camera, he is still holding his shirt up for the whole world to see.
I'm folding it and doing stuff. So we're opening up standard procedure, friends. If you're a ninja and you don't open with a Kodachi, what the hell are you doing? It's going to be met by a feisty locals. We don't want to leak any damage where we don't have to against a Benji. It's Benji again. Going to slide it under the door where possible.
I've been informed by the control booth, and I'm just going to read this verbatim. I have received news that if Team Bruce wins, Jeff Smen will get a Jar Jar Binks tattoo on his chest. So,
if Team Bryce wins?
Who's Bryce?
Bruce?
Bruce. Team Bruce. Bruce Hutchinson.
So it's Bruce Hitchinson?
That's the one.
We're switching some letters around, I see. Be like water for 1. No block. Can't do it. Not from hand. Not even a prayer on this one. So the question is, are you going to be paying for this Be Like Water to be anything but water? Hey, some kick. What did you call this one?
This is blue kicky card. We saw yellow kicky card already. Now we've seen the blue.
Hey, can't stop this one.
That's what
can't
they're
stop,
pointing
won't
at.
stop.
They said, see, it's blue.
And look,
he's
just
checking.
Yeah, read it. What does it do?
Verify its blueness.
Now, the interesting aspect here is you probably don't want the Be Like Water to be anything but the that card, because you don't want that to get a little higher. But maybe that's the case. Maybe that is what happened. Ultimately, here we're going to block where possible. And it's even Steven, 17 apiece here. Benji coming into the fray at 17. Arachne.
Bringing them down to match. I have to think. Oh, we have updated the screen. We can now see it is Bruce's team. And he was nice enough to find a die that was small enough to use for Benji. So we'll actually be able to see how much damage he's dealing.
Okay, so first order of business, there's a toxicity attached, a yellow one attached to a stealth effect here. Again, these are going to get go again. Now, the toxicity is a nasty little chaser to a devious drink that is trying to be pushed aside here towards Benji. If you let this fly, which I do not recommend you do, toxicity is going to be a nasty extra chapter to this story.
And the toxicity of our city here in Pittsburgh is daring to order a sandwich from Permanente Brothers and change what's on it.
Somewhere Sin is listening to this or will review it. And yeah, we just we've been digging that grave for him, and well, he's going to sleep in it at some point. So this stealth effect, this one is called Infect, and if it hits, it's a Blood Rot Pox token. So much nastiness associated to this particular attack. This is a full-on respected attack. You cannot let this pass.
And if that weren't enough, he still gets another action after this.
Perfect. Okay, so... What? Oh, interesting. Okay.
Coming in for 3, but just telling us in a very strange way.
A 4-1. Perfect. Thanks for the math there. And a little extra sauce on top of this one. So the story isn't over yet, as this one did get a spike with Blood Rot attack reaction. A target attack card with stealth gains +3, and when it hits, create a Blood Rot Pox token. So
if I'm not mistaken, for the second time today on camera, Bruce has used a red Peace of Mind to completely negate all of the damage.
Good for you, honestly. Like, that was a power play, because if you got to think that toxicity, it was the toxicity plus the double Blood Rot and just the sheer damage that it was associated with. What timing by Bruce Hutchinson on just completely stuffing that. He went full Balrog on this one. You shall not pass. It's not happening.
I also understood that was a Lord of the Rings reference.
Thank you.
That's about all I got. I haven't seen them or read them. We see a red Twid Twister is coming in. This is going to be blockable, giving the Arachne player something to think about from Benji. Also wondering just how much unblockable damage is coming the rest of this turn.
Tim is probably just so deflated there after presenting quite possibly, which was going to be an immensely devastating attack here, and nothing to show for it. A lot of those red cards, a lot of those power plays were completely stuffed by Bruce. Bruce now on the return fire here. Taking a little bit of damage is Tim, but there's a Kodachi that's following suit as well.
All right, and we see that he is considering what to do. We're just going to take that damage.
And keep in mind that the stakes are pretty high here. It's a team event, so this particular game might not be all she wrote in terms of what team is advancing, but you gotta think that these types of matches, the center table, by many people's evaluation, is typically the strongest matchup. It is the best players that are in the center spot. So there is another stealth effect. It does have the go again. It's merely a 1.
But it does make you wonder what is going to come next. Are we going to see some reactions? Is it going to be a bigger attack after this? There's just so many questions with Arachne that, you have to figure out as the game is progressing. All right, looks like we're checking the arsenal. Probably if you're Bryce, you're checking for 4 or 5 more Peace of Mind that you're going to be able to mitigate all this damage with.
This question is what do you want to leak through? What are you okay with allowing to actually leak through? There's not much room to maneuver. Both players are already playing, obviously, as young heroes in this format, but each with a little less to maneuver with. And hey, why not? Let's get a Blood Rot.
Token.
Yeah, double token action, Inertia and Blood Rot.
Looking at 14-13 right now. Still keeping the life totals pretty even in this match. But as we've seen time and time again today from Benji, that could change in a heartbeat one way or the other.
Arachne Solitary Confinement versus Benji Piercing Wind. And Arachne didn't get much in the showcase of the Swiss rounds. This is draft, though. And the go again, something that Ninja is so accustomed to. It's a whole different story here for the Assassin class. Arachne making good use of a lot of those stealth cards. Not much use of those daggers yet. And I would assume that those daggers are going to get a lot more showcase.
Oh, absolutely. We're still looking at some equipment able to block on the side of Benji. Those daggers are going to just be a thorn in their, well, I guess a dagger in their side, not a thorn. And then as the game progresses, that's just less and less relevant. And it'll just be more damage, less so the armor prevention.
So still thinking about what where we're at here. It's, I believe, it's going to be a Kodachi. All right. Well, no surprises here. One go again, easily taken by Tim as Arachne.
Those little one pokes like we saw all day today do add up over time, coming in with the second Kodachi. Still 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal, so a lot can happen after this go again attack.
First one went through. There's no mask of momentum to worry about. So, yeah, there we go. Let's go ahead and account for the second one. A lot of yellows in hand there for Bruce.
That's not necessarily a bad thing when you're playing Benji, though. We can get through a lot of unpreventable damage here.
Much like this over here. Again, it's just a little one spot. This is Deadly Duo Blue for 1. All right, we'll throw the mask in front of it. Just a solid little blade break. Just toss it in front of what you need to toss it in front of. Why not? Just make use of the equipment while you can. What else you got, though? There's a lot of stuff low to the ground. Now, this did not hit. It's not going to go ahead and buff up the next attack. Next
up. It looks like a red Be Like Water.
Yeah, Be Like Water. If this hits, you can pay 1 to make this whatever the hell you want it to be. It can be a Surging Strike, a Head Jab, a Twin Twisters. So the question here for Tim is there the natty follow-up? Do you have the natural follow-up on the combo line for this? Do you want to let them just get away with it, as it were? You're going to have to pitch to it in order to pay for it. But at the same time, maybe it's worth it. Maybe the next card is something like a Descendant Gust Wave. Maybe you want this to be a Surging Strike. Maybe you want it to be something else.
And it is absolutely possible that any of those cards could be in this deck after the draft. It's not like they had to construct like they did in the prior rounds, where they had to be a little more keen on what cards were going where.
Looks like a 3 is tossed in front of this one. We're not going to even consider the opportunity for that attack to turn into something else, to go full Transformers on it.
And still, on the side of Benji, we have another action point and 2 more cards in hand.
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunity here to continue this. The question is how do you want to do it? The block looks to be committed. And for Tim, the Kodachis are spent. 2 attacks on the field. I'm curious how they're looking to approach this. All right, your favorite card.
Yellow Kicky card, of course, coming in for 2, non-blockable, so that is going to give Tim free reign to keep those cards in his hand. A little less to think about there.
Yeah, some call it back heel kick. It's
I think
the yellow.
That's a better name, honestly, back heel kick.
I would suspect. Now, it doesn't have a go again, so that means that the damage is going to leak through, but you're also coming away with this with an arsenal. You also peeled some cards, and the equipment is gone. And keep in mind, there's a Blood Rot Pox that you're on the hook for here. So even though Tim did take some damage on this turn, there is a little bit of return fire, and you are losing your arsenal. So just going to pitch to a piece of equipment, save the card. That's a fairly
pretty smart play.
Yeah, it's got to be, because, again, in this format, fatigue is going to be an option. We've seen this game go down to those final cards a few times already.
It looks like we are taking it back to Arachne, who looks like made it through with 3 cards in their hand, so they should still be able to answer with something pretty strong.
First Spider Bite pushed forward, pitching a yellow for it, so it's a 1 go again. Should this connect, attack action cards are going to be blocking for 1 less, and that has a lot of implications.
That also has Piercing 1, I believe, which will devalue any of those cards that may be able to block it as well, or equipment pieces, I should say.
Well, as a Bravo player, I love this. It's my favorite thing. I don't think I've ever blocked... I have never blocked a Spider's Bite. Ever. Ever. I don't think I've ever blocked any Assassin Dagger. Ever in my life.
I don't think I've ever played an Assassin as Bravo. I usually have not been able to run into them.
I've played against a bunch of them on Talishar, and I can confidently say that I can count the amount of daggers that I have blocked as Bravo on 1 finger. Possibly less.
Okay. Less than 1 finger.
Screw you, Assassins.
Yeah.
That's where this comes down to. Look, I have a Bravo CC list locked and loaded that was meant for Columbus Battleharden, okay? Way back a couple weeks ago, before my car decided to commit suicide.
Sure.
Okay, so here we are now with that deck still in my backpack that I'm going to be taking to Four Horsemen tomorrow.
You know, actually, Flake, I am glad that you brought that up. There will be some commercials that are rolling after this match. For Four Horsemen, if you're going to be in the Pittsburgh area tomorrow, there will be another 1K RTI event that will be held at Four Horsemen, which is not too far from here. We won't be covering that one, but we will be playing in it tomorrow.
I will be playing in it. I will be playing Bravo. If you show up with spider bites, don't even ask to block.
He's not going to do it.
Just write the score down, okay?
Yeah, he's fine with it. You have permission right now.
Don't even think about it. I ain't blocking that garbage. Here's a Kadachi. This is
That's garbage, I'll block.
No, this is a respectable one attack, okay? This is the way that Grandma used to play. Not this spider bite nonsense, okay? Kadachis. It's the old school. It's the OG. It's the Primanti brothers of weapons.
And any sane person wouldn't dare change that.
Not even a little bit.
Oh, coming in for 7 on Benji's side. That is a huge attack that you do not normally see coming from this character.
Oh, certainly. This is an attack that is incredibly unconventional for a Benji player, let alone a ninja. I mean, it's very rare to see ninjas go over 4 or 5 damage. This is a 7. This is from another planet. If you are in limited playing against the Benji, you're not used to it, but here it is. And it does manage to get through for a little bit of damage. Actually, no, that one, that particular generic attack is, in fact, as I bring it up with the magic of the internet, it is, where is it? Is that Humble? Was that Humble, I believe?
Don't know if it was Humble. I do know that it gained a little extra juice from the attack that connected before it.
Yes, well, that's the Benji attack allowed it to gain a little extra gas there. But another, I think this is this Isolate? I believe this is Isolate. This is the dominated stealth attack for our good friends, the Assassins. And, sorry, no, this is Infect. My bad. This is Infect. And what Infect will do, and we're talking about, like, you know, respecting these kinds of stealth attacks. If you're respecting them from Uzuri, it's because you expect something different. For Arachne, it's because what you see is what you get, and that's pretty gross. Is Virulent Touch is the follow-up here.
A red Virulent Touch as well. This is a very strong turn from the Arachne player, and I believe this will give, if it connects, it'll give Benji a Blood Rot Pox token again.
It will if it's blocked with a card from hand, and you don't want those Blood Rot Poxes. It's kind of like cheating. If you throw a 2-block in front of this and then get a Blood Rot Pox, it's pretty much like you've blocked for nothing. Absolutely. In that regard. So this is a very cumbersome kind of attack to navigate and to sort of tiptoe around, because it almost feels like free real estate. And look at that. That's precisely what's happening here. All right.
Still anyone's game, as we've seen time and time again today with Benji. Arachne, too. There's a lot of explosive potential from that character as well.
Bryce Hutchinson versus Tim Casto. Both teams in the top 4 here at the RTI in Pittsburgh, opening up with a Kadachi. We're in that range now where these are going to become a lot more than just an annoying poke and prawn. These are going to be potential game-changing.
Sure. Tim Casto is actually the winner of our first Pittsburgh RTI. He won it on Kano against Charles Dunn on Fatigue Oldham in the last round. It was an incredible game.
Really?
Yeah, I think he perfectly pitch stacked double Blazing Aether turn.
I'm telling you, if you you'll have the time to do it against
all the time in the world. I think he had something like 3.5 hours to do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you can go and do your taxes and come back and set up a double Blazing Aether turn. Ultimately, taking any game away from Charles Dunn on a control list is quite the feat here.
Honestly, dealing more than 10 damage to Charles Dunn feels like an accomplishment when you play against him.
All right, so there's the Razzle Dazzle on top of that.
Tied up at 4. This is a close match so far, and it looks like another big attack coming from Bryce.
Well, you want to sort of sneak in with some of these attacks, and that's one of those dual class cards. It is a ninja/assassin card, an attack reaction that does put you over the top. It is short and sharp, giving your dagger +2 on that one as a yellow. So getting you closer to the edge here as Benji. You got to feel comfortable about this, because if you find something like a yellow head jab into a blue head jab,
that's it.
You're donezo.
All right, let's see what Arachne can respond with. This may very well be where they have to lock the game up. We do see Go again off that Seek Horizon, so he will have something else to come back with this turn, coming in for 4 to begin with.
Hey, why not? Let's throw the exact lethal at them with an opportunity to...
Sharing the token. They're good teammates to each other.
Good for them. That's the spirit of this game. It's doing this and not attacking me with spider bites. That's pretty much the best thing that you could possibly hope for.
Or attack you with all the spider bites you can. You're not going to block them.
I will ignore every single one of them. Okay? Every single one of them. Piercing be damned.
Internet, I am handing a spider bite to Flake to see how he's going to react. It is off the balcony. It's gone. He threw it.
It is gone. I think yeah.
And that's what he's going to do to yours tomorrow if you use them against him.
Yeah, that is through that one. That one went down like a story or two.
I'll blame someone else. It was the Yu-Gi-Oh players.
4 Go again off of Seek Horizon, putting a card on top. And this is obviously going to be locked. That's not the question here. The question is what do you want to throw at it? What do you want to put in front of it? And there's always an opportunity here for Bruce to just be like, well, okay, so I see a Seek Horizon in the hand.
Absolutely.
The question is it yellow? Is it blue?
I do not see a Piece of Mind in the hand, so I don't think Bruce is going to get his 3rd out with one of those on camera today.
Well, we're going to throw a card in front of this. You have to. I think what Bruce wants to do is see if he can protect his life total in order to throw at least 1 unblockable damage so that the ideal situation is here is you send a 2. Okay, you send a 2 at Tim. Tim goes down to 2, and then all you need to do is just hold on for a 0-cost 2 attack and end the game, and then hopefully you walk away out of this unscathed. The question about it is, can you survive this particular turn? As Arachne is beginning in a very optimal position, and we're throwing a 3 block in front of this.
Back heel kick, I believe you said that is called.
That is what it is. Ooh, into another Infect, I believe it's called, which is a 2 attack. Now, this does have Go again. Again, Arachne Solitary Confinement allows this to have Go again, but on hit...
Pox token is being threatened, and this was some pretty interesting sequencing that we saw from our Arachne player, not leading with that one, so he gets an extra attack this turn. We see a red Feisty Locals, another card that's been doing a lot of work today.
What really awkward cards. So first you had the Breakpoint of the 4. You got to respect it. Then you came in with an on-hit. That was devastating. And now you're coming in with Feisty Locals. You have made this so just uncomfortable. This is kind of like wearing your scratchy church pants. It's just nothing about it fits right. It feels uncomfortable. You just want to get out of this situation.
I went to Catholic school for 10 years, and I understand that reference perfectly.
So if this is defended by an action card, it gets +2.
Not what you want to do. You want to block it and not block it simultaneously in order to stay in the games. This is a pretty bad position we have put Bryce in.
This is a situation where Bryce would honestly just trade any card in his hand right here for like a Come to Fight. You throw a Come to Fight in it, and actually no, wait, it says action card. Yeah, scratch that. This is where you want like a red brush off.
Or another Piece of Mind.
Or another Piece of Mind. I don't know what you can have in hand outside of that. But
we did a full block. It looks like that's probably going to pump the attack here. As Tim is pointing out, dropping Bryce to 2.
Imagine blocking a 3 attack with 2 cards and still taking a damage.
I don't have to imagine, Flake. I just saw it happen.
You just saw it. You saw it right here, friends. That's the kind of action that you're getting now.
Now, if I'm Bryce right now, I'm starting to feel a little worried. I see ways in his hand. I just saw a blue head jab. There are ways that he can get that lethal damage across, but he's going to have to survive a potential another big turn from Arachne.
Was it blue?
I think it was blue. It might have been a different color.
All right, in my opinion, I think that, like, it's tough. Again, spider's bites. Like, if that was a Kadachi, you just let that fly, and you say, is that a yellow head jab?
It might be. It's not red. I can tell you that much.
Well, if it's yellow and he can get away from this, it is yellow.
It might be, yeah.
Okay, so yellow is good. Now, keep in mind, that's just the first order of business. Yellow is probably the best head jab that he could hope for.
But you're still staring down a 4-card turn from Arachne. Well, you are at 2 health.
You gotta be uncomfortable in this situation. Now, these spider bites are expensive. It's 2-card pitch to send both of them towards Bruce here.
Also, again, playing into the advantage here, we're going to be putting those cards you pitched to use the daggers right back into your deck, where Benji's going to be probably expending a little bit more, as ninjas tend to do. So either way, it looks like it's starting to shape up in Tim's favor.
This one here is Prowl. It's a stealth card. The next attack with stealth you play gets +1.
We put that head jab in front of it.
Oh boy, it is Red Springload Trap. We talked about this card so much. It is a 5 block. It's a 5 attack because there's nothing left in hand. It gets +3. It's a 2 base, 2 cards out of hand. Why not? You could see the defeated sort of body language from Bruce saying, well, what the hell am I supposed to do? Like, you had an absolute bombastic hand back to back.
I could see his face from where I'm sitting as well, and he does look defeated indeed. However, if his team wins, we're going to see a Jar Jar Binks chest tattoo.
Well, you know what? Part of me, for the sake of him, will say, you know what? You may have taken the L, but you took the overall W, frankly. All right, first attack here is not a stealth attack. It's a dual class card. Again,
this is another one of those ninja and I believe obviously assassin cards, because he's not playing a ranger.
Yeah, it's a ninja assassin card. And this bad boy is called Plunge. Now, the beauty of Plunge and the red, it's a 3 go again. If this hits, the next dagger gets +1. You have to respect this. The problem is take a look at Bruce's hand. If he's feathering two cards in hand, you got to think that they're 2 blocks. He might have been caught with a bunch of 2 blocks in hand, and that makes for this turn to be ultra disgusting.
Is absolutely possible. Again, thinking everything through, there's nothing else you could do in this situation. You have the added, Arachne could have any number of attack reactions in his hand, just waiting to pump this over the edge. So, like, what do? Do you block full? Do you full block? Do you block a little over and hope for the best?
Hey, there's another head jab in hand. Like, this Benji player really was just thinking, man, I just need you to whiff once. I need you to just give me some breathing room, and it's not happening. I mean, all Bruce needs to do here is come out of this with the head jab. And then you present the head jab, and you're like, all right, we're a little bit closer. I just need to survive one more time. But we're running out of runway here for Bruce to land this thing, as Tim has really done a beautiful job of making these turns really gross. This is a natural go again off the plunge, a double block off this because of the fact that it's a handful of 2 blocks.
All right, and I don't think we're going to see a reaction push this over the edge.
The go again is still active here, so there's another action point for Tim Casto. Arachne Solitary Confinement has made its first appearance this weekend, and it has been oppressive as the Spider's Bite, representing 1 damage, doesn't get the buff from the plunge because the plunge did not hit, but it is still representing half of your life total. You have to respect this, because if you let this go, the next cards that you have in hand are going to be at -1 value. You're going to be blocking 1. You could see how defeated Bruce feels here.
It looks like we're going to cover up that attack. Very smart. You don't want to devalue your future blocks, especially against a character like Arachne, where anything can happen at this point.
Another Spider Bite.
Second Spider's Bite coming in. Wouldn't bother you one bit. You would say, do you have a third?
Yeah, I'd just be like, here, I'll spot you a 3rd one. No problem. This is a tough reality here, but this is what the kind of quote-unquote Kodachi lock, spider lock, I guess, I don't know what you want to call it, but he's caught in a web here because he cannot escape. These spider bites have been just so paralyzing.
And these situations are truly what makes this game so fun to play and watch.
Watch, yes. If I'm Bruce, I'm not having fun.
You know, if you're not losing your learning or something like that.
If you, yes, I believe it's if you're not blocking spiders' bites, you're having a good time.
Okay, well, you're always having a good time.
Brilliant time. Such a good time.
It looks like Bruce is debating having a good time right now, but what will letting the spiders bite through mean for him?
Well, what he's debating here is if I let this go and then suddenly the card in my hand becomes -1 block, he's basically evaluating, do you have a follow-up here? If you don't, if you're bluffing, then I should let this through. If you do, well, different story. I mean, if you do have it, then it's probably lights out. So he's going to take it here, and I think that's the proper gamble. It's only a blue, so he can actually perfectly block this. And maybe not. Didn't quite get there. Nonetheless, that's the game on this one. We're good. Good to go. As this one is all done. All she wrote. The game is done, and we are ready to rock and roll.
Absolutely. A great game to watch, nonetheless.
All right, so that is concluding that that semifinal matchup. The other one is still going, and we are going to let you know how this all shakes out. Again, it's a team event, so that game was won by Tim.
By Tim, yes.
And but that doesn't mean that Tim's team is particularly advancing.
From what I can see here, and I'm going to go check out that and the other tables so I can report back once we are back. It looks like this game is still very active with the other 4 players, and it looks like all 6 players are still in at the other table. Unfortunately, we don't have a camera on that one, but I'll go check out what's going on over there so we can at least let everybody know.
Yeah, so we'll be back in a short little while here and give you a little bit of an update. But again, the finals are still to be had here at the RTI event in Pittsburgh, presented by Greentree Sports
Cards.
Arts. Okay, we're back. We do have a result from that game.
We do. It looks like Team Bruce has actually managed to win that one. So congratulations to them for making their way to the final round. It looks like we're still underway. Unfortunately, we can't get that one on feature match over there. But last I checked in, it was still anyone's game. All 6 players are still in currently.
Well, we do want to clarify here. It's not actually anyone's game. It's not your game. It's not my game.
Okay, it's any of those 2 teams' game.
That's correct.
Okay.
Accuracy and precision is something that we take pride in here at Greentree Sports Cards, so we don't want to give you the false impression. So I apologize for my co-caster here who may have put you at a sense of involvement that you're not ready for, frankly.
His name's Bryce. My whole life/day has been a lie.
That is correct. Okay, so here's where we're at. Team Bryce Bruce, Team Hutchinson.
I like Bryce Bruce. Team Bryce Bruce
has advanced to the finals. So they have secured a invite, all 3 of them, to the Realm Rumble in December.
Fantastic. Those I don't think any of them had an invite yet, so this is really, really good for them.
Always great to see. The second part of this is going to be the result of the other game, the other matchup. And then once that has resolved, we go to another draft.
That's correct. So we will be popping back in and on, just letting you know how the draft is going, and then we will be back for one final round.
Yep, so don't go too far, friends. As that match resolves, we will be back in short order to keep you updated as to what's going on. So stay right here for the finals of the RTI presented by Greentree Sports Cards. Oh, we made it back.
We are here.
Where else would we be?
Maybe over there.
We were there. That's
were
the
over
beauty
there.
of this, is that we have the capacity to be in two places, not at once, but here we are right now in front of you to give you essentially the update on where we're at with the tournament.
So we are pleased to announce that at the other final game or semifinal game, Team Robin has advanced. So congratulations to those three. However, we do have some news about the finals.
We do indeed. So both teams will be getting RTI. So they're invites to the Realm Rumble, which is the big 20K tournament in December in Columbus. Both teams, all 6 players, will be getting those. They have opted to essentially say, hey, we're all going to be there, so why don't we go ahead and settle this in Columbus? So they've opted to split the cash prize. Everyone's walking away with some money, some RTIs in their pocket.
Some playmats, some packs, some tokens from Mara Ferris. Like, what more could you want?
More. Always
yeah,
more.
what else? What
Why
else can
can't
you
you
give
have
them?
more? You know?
I don't know. Ask John.
Damn it, John. So that is where we're at right now. So the players have opted to split. It's been a nice long day for us here. There's a lot of work that was put in yesterday to set this up. Everybody's got a big smile on their face. Everyone's having a blast, frankly. You, me, I got to work with you for the first
it was
time
fun.
ever.
It was very fun. I had a good time.
It was definitely a time.
I hope it was. That was one way to describe it. So
it was a lot of fun. Honestly, as the first time to work with somebody new, it's always an exciting endeavor. But again, you and I have been friends for a bit now, and it's just cool to be able to do this alongside you. So,
well, thank you very much. It was great to do it with you. I hope to have the chance to do it again.
That is the voice of a lying human being.
No, not at all. Not at all.
So we got some shout-outs. Again, there will be no finals. There's a nice big chopperoo for both. Again, so first shout-out, obviously, Greentree Sports. Awesome. John at Greentree Sports putting this on.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody from Sin to Smithville to everybody who helped out to make this happen. So big ups to Greentree Sports.
Also, thank you to the Realm Games for just planning this whole crazy tournament circuit that's culminating in the Realm Rumble. That will be December 1st through 3rd. So many events going on. I said it was an open 5K. I was wrong. It's a 10K. Of course it is.
Of course, it's Keith.
It's the Realm.
Keith is just like, hey, you know what's better than 5? Two fives.
That's correct.
Right? I want to give a little bit of lore to this because I remember being, I think it may have been at Worlds in San Jose. Keith is just walking by me as it's all chaos and such at that time, and he's just like, Flake, I got to run something by you. I said, yeah. He's like, I got an idea. How about we do like a tournament? Yeah, but like many. Okay, but they all like kind of lead up to a big one. Okay, and we get a bunch of people involved. I'm like, listen, this is a you thing. You let me know when we're ready to rock and roll. And here we are approaching that big tournament.
I got to make a lot of the shirts for the Realm too, and every time Keith mentioned it, he's like, I think I'm going to do this. And then the next time I talked to him, it was 5 times bigger, and it just got bigger and bigger like a Kano combo tournament.
Yeah, more or less. I mean, if it was up to Keith, we'd have a tournament on the back of a Brontosaurus. Like that's he's thinking about it.
If he's listening, it's probably going to happen.
Yeah. So he's currently contacting the ghost of John Hammond to bring back some dinosaurs. So a big ups to Rezzanine Sports eSports here to host this whole thing, to allow us to use this venue. Everything was awesome. Good times all around.
Big thank you to Sin. He unfortunately had to dip out due to a personal event, but he was the one behind the booth making all of this happen the entire weekend. He learned the program immediately. He might not be great at ordering food on a menu, but he certainly did this. Thank you, Primanti University.
Thank you, Primanti Sandwiches, for showing me what it's like to eat like a real person. I am so ready.
You
for
heard
a
it here
sponsorship.
first. He ate a real person at Permanente Brothers.
That's not what I said. Also, again, to everybody, to you who watch, to everybody else pulling the strings and all that, to Barry Good Embroidery for making this cool stuff. Go to barrygoodembroidery.com. Cool stuff.
Please do. I made these. I make lots of things. I'll be happy to make things for you too. Just email me and let me know. Thanks to everybody for coming. We've had people traveling from Ohio, West Virginia. I know there were people that are coming from upstate New York.
East Virginia.
You came in East Virginia, not South Virginia. You came in from Canada. That's at least 50,000 miles away.
Clearly, we round down to reality here on this program. But yeah, again, it was just a great time all around, and it's not over yet because tomorrow, though it will not be broadcast, there's more RTIs to win. It is a classic constructed showdown, and it's going to be you playing in the tournament.
You're going to be playing in it. Is this guy going to block any? John from Greentree Sports Cards wants to let you know he's playing in the tournament.
John's playing in it. I'm bringing big beefy Borvo to the table,
not
ladies and
blocking
gentlemen.
any spiders.
If
bites.
you send a spider bite to me, not only will I laugh maniacally, I will flip the table, flip you off.
Eat the card.
You better come with a stack of spider bites this high because I will chew them all up.
You're going to need 2 per.
So that's going to be happy. There's no broadcast for that, but Horsemen is going to be the ones putting it on. If you're in the area, I highly recommend you go check it out.
Absolutely.
So take a look at that as well. We will see you there.
I'll be there. You'll be there.
You'll
good. All be there in spirit with us.
All right, so here's your final mission.
I'm ready.
Rookie.
I'm ready.
Sign us off in spectacular fashion.
Bye. No. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you for making this so easy for me to do for our first time. Thank you for making this easy for me to do my first time. It looks like there's no work involved when you're watching from home. That is absolutely not the case.
Hey,
this is very hard.
We're just pretty faces. That's
appreciate everyone that does this. Derek, Brendan Patrick, Charmer. All the people come to mind. It's just they make the events better,
Steven,
and this is not easy. Steven
who likes Skittles.
He loved it. Listen, we're not going to hold that against you, but I guess in closing, I'm Tan and Grace, and thanks for joining in.